Chapter 1231. Faced with the nine-headed snake grass that was about to rot, it didn't care where this spiritual energy came from. Who gave it to it? Anyway, as long as Han Fei gave it to it, it had to accept it no matter what. The huge tongue sucked, and the spiritual spring and the energy fruit were sucked away. Then, the two snake heads were hidden in the mist again. Han Fei pondered for a moment. There were not many people who knew about the Divine Child Peak or had touched it. Besides, since he was here, the fairy was inside. He couldn't meet her in the appearance of the Fish Dragon King. Han Fei stood in midair, and his body began to twist and deform. At the moment when Han Fei transformed, he also saw a snake head sticking out of the mist again. It seemed to be curious about what Han Fei was doing. However, when Han Fei slowly turned into a human being, the snakehead couldn't help but lean its head closer. Han Fei said grumpily, "I'm Wang Han. Open a way for me to go in. Aren't you able to transmit or speak human language? Say something." The nine-headed snake, Grass, could speak human language, but its voice was like thunder. Seeing that it was exposed, the nine-headed snake Grass asked, "Who are you?" "I've never heard of the name Wang Han." Han Fei grinned. "Have you heard of the name Shimin Linglan?" As he spoke, Han Fei hummed, "I'm speaking Jotun now. You should know that, right?" Then, with a buzz, Han Fei turned into a big ape and hummed, "Have you seen the Beast King?" Hum. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei turned into the human form of the heavenly god again. Unfortunately, the heavenly god had never shown his true form. Therefore, Han Fei didn't know what the heavenly god's true form was. He could only turn into the cold, heavenly god. The snake head of the nine-headed snake Grass was still swaying. "I've never seen the Beast King or the heavenly god. That was the era of kings. I wasn't even born yet." Han Fei hesitated for a long time. For some reason, he suddenly remembered what Shu Xiaoman said. "Will you become a woman?" F***CK. Don't tell me that the Life Queen already knew about this relationship? Han Fei was horrified. No way. Even he felt that what he had experienced was very bizarre. Until now, no one had said anything about it. The Life Queen couldn't be this amazing, could she? You even know this? However, facing the Hydra Grass whose brain might be broken, Han Fei gritted his teeth and said, "Although you don't have eyes, you'd better watch what's going to happen next." Han Fei's body began to change. He began to shrink, his hair grew longer, and his cheeks contracted. In the blink of an eye, a beautiful woman appeared in midair. Who else could it be but the water immortal? Of course, Han Fei only changed his figure and face, but nothing more. The nine-headed snake Grass was dumbfounded. All of a sudden, the nine rotten snake heads all ran out. It was as if one of the heads could not be seen clearly. Han Fei said gloomily, "Have you seen enough? Once you're done, clear the way for me." As he spoke, Han Fei raised his hand, and 100,000 caddies of spiritual spring floated in the air. Do you think I'm stupid? If the fairy had nothing to do with me, why would I give her resources? Besides, the Divine Sun is not here. Do you really think the Divine Sun Peak can stop me? With that, Han Fei's figure continued to change. It was too shameful to dress as a woman, so it was better to turn into a man, even if this man had a strange appearance. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei grew horns on his head and turned into the appearance of the Divine Sun. This time, the nine-headed snake, Grass, didn't react at all. Han Fei was speechless. "This is the Divine Sun. You live on the Divine Sun Peak. Have you never seen the Divine Sun?" The nine-headed snake, Grass, trembled slightly and responded a little slowly, "Who are you?" Han Fei was speechless. "I told you that I am the fairy's disciple. I can't tell you the details. Clear the way for me first. If you don't, how long can this world last? The fairy is very short of energy and spiritual energy now, isn't she?" The nine-headed snake, Grass, seemed a little hesitant. However, Han Fei had clearly changed into the appearance of the fairy. It couldn't be fake, right? Ever since he had been guarding the Godchild Peak, there had only been one person who had come to the Godchild Peak. And that person would never harm the fairy in any case. The rotten head of the nine-headed snake, Grass, sorted out its thoughts and stretched out a head. Come into my mouth. I will take you into the divine sun peak. Han Fei put away the spiritual spring and stepped over without hesitation. When standing in the head of the nine-headed snake Grass, Han Fei found that the plant was emitting a stench, which was the smell of decaying plants. Even the divine child peak was in such a poor state. Han Fei's heart sank. I have to save the fairy in the water fairy. When I left, the fairy in the water fairy turned into a flower bud. Now, how many tens of thousands of years had passed? What had become of the fairy in the water fairy? The periphery of the divine sun peak was not open to the public. The mist had the ability to make people lose their way. Where exactly was the mist? No one knew. There seemed to be an infinite space in the mist. Anyway, Han Fei had only been to the divine sun peak once. The divine sun must have deliberately opened a hole for him to go in. This was actually the second time for Han Fei. He passed through the layers of mist and went inside. When a burst of gray mist drifted past, the scene in front of Han Fei changed. It was still the withered tree. The red ribbon-like leaves had withered and turned into a bare tree without leaves. This weird tree seemed to have withered. Was it still alive? But at least there were no divine suns here. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. In the head of the nine-headed snake Grass, Han Fei saw a lotus flower in front of the tree. It was a 9-leaf lotus flower, but at this moment there was only one lotus seed and one lotus petal left. With a swish, Han Fei's body flashed, and he appeared on the divine sun peak. The nine-headed snake Grass shook, fearing that Han Fei would hurt the fairy in the water fairy. However, Han Fei saw at a glance that this lotus seat was protected by an array. Even if there was only one lotus petal left, it couldn't be moved by ordinary people. However, for Han Fei, who could steal vitality and was good at arrays, it didn't seem to be very difficult. He felt that, if it were him, he could probably break it with some time. Of course, Han Fei would never do that. On the lotus seat, the beautiful figure of the water fairy was lying quietly. Her face didn't change at all. It seemed that she had just fallen into a deep sleep. Han Fei turned his head excitedly and looked at the nine-headed snake Grass. How can I give spiritual energy, and vitality to the fairy? The nine-headed snake Grass said, just inject it directly into the lotus seat. The fairy will instinctively take it. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the nine-headed snake Grass. Did you give all the spiritual energy and energy I just gave you to the fairy? The nine-headed snake Grass nodded slightly. Of course. It had to give such a precious thing. In the end, when it couldn't hold on anymore, all the living creatures in this world would dedicate their vitality to the fairy. Han Fei immediately raised his hand and injected 500,000 caddies of spiritual spring, which made the nine-headed snake Grass shrink back in shock. This was probably the most extravagant injection of spiritual energy he had ever seen in his life. In fact, this was not a lot of spiritual energy. 500,000 spiritual spring was just 500 million points of spiritual energy. After deducing all kinds of techniques, Han Fei had about 500 million points of spiritual energy left. In addition to the 10,000 caddies that he just gave to the nine-headed snake Grass, plus the ones he robbed and the fish dragon king, Han Fei had about 300 million points of spiritual energy left. Han Fei was a little regretful. If I had known this, I wouldn't have bombed the iceberg city. Otherwise, I would have at least 5 billion points of spiritual energy left to give to the water fairy. The spiritual energy was crazily drawn into the lotus seat like a roaring river. Han Fei ignored it and cast a holy light technique on the nine-headed snake Grass. The nine-headed snake Grass's body shook and vitality was recovering. A large number of decayed and broken meridians were withering and trying to regrow. The nine-headed snake, Grass, hurriedly said, "Give it to the fairy. Don't waste it." Han Fei shouted in a low voice, "It's not a big deal. I don't have enough spiritual energy here. I have to go hunt some sea demons later." It was like a river if measured by the naked eye. At this moment, it was poured into the divine child peak, causing the spiritual energy here to soar into the sky and be visible in all directions. But Han Fei didn't care. The people outside were all useless. If he fought normally, he could fight 1,000 people alone. At this moment, the old turtle said, "You can't understand the energy and spiritual energy that a king needs to consume. You have too few resources. If you had 10 times more, you might be able to see it. Even if you can't revive her, it's not a problem to keep this space for 100 years. Clatter. Han Fei waved his hand again and threw out the remaining 300 million points of spiritual energy. The nine-headed snake, Grass, trembled again. How much spiritual energy does this guy have? Not only that, Han Fei gritted his teeth and threw out more than 2,000 spiritual fruits, which all turned into energy and spiritual energy and were absorbed into the lotus seat, causing the clouds on the divine child peak to change color and spiritual energy to soar into the sky. In the distance, many people raised their heads and looked in the direction of the divine child peak. A sky monster exclaimed, "There seems to be a rare treasure over there." A bug buzzed, "Go over there. There must be the bodies of the ancestors of the bug clan there." Shu Shao Man and the others were searching for the dead creatures and picking up treasures. How could they not be shocked when they saw the strange light in the distance? Someone shouted, "Let's go!" The blood demons were all surprised, too. Was it possible that somebody had dug out something? A blood demon said, "Let's go! Hurry up!" A blood demon said, "Royun, what are you thinking? There must be a rare treasure over there." Yang Royun said casually, "If we can see it, then everyone can see it. Do you think it's a good thing?" Chapter 1232. The main purpose of the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm was not to explore. It was not to deliberately create a huge amount of treasures. The kings all knew that this was a king's world, and there must be great opportunities here, whether it was human beings or sea demons. The reason why they kept sending people here was to ensure that these treasures couldn't be monopolized by either side. Otherwise, one expert after another would inevitably be created, which was what no one wanted to see. On the other hand, although there was a high chance of dying in the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm, since it was the place where the king slept, it meant that there was a chance to become a king inside. At least, everyone who knew the inside story thought that there was a chance here. What if they got some kind of inheritance? Even if there was no inheritance, would there be other great opportunities? For the sea demons, if the sleeping king in this space belonged to the 10,000 clans, they would send more people here. Their purpose was also very simple, which was to hollow and destroy this space as much as possible. At this moment, Han Fei was frowning, because he no longer had any resources on him. He only kept 100 spirit fruits for himself in case he needed them in battle. Facing the nine-headed snake Grass, Han Fei cast the holy light technique again and then left it alone. Anyway, after so many years, he was not in a hurry to recover. Although the water fairy showed no signs of recovering, the massive amount of spiritual energy and energy being absorbed was not completely useless. First of all, Han Fei noticed that there was a green light flowing around the lotus under the water fairy. The abundant supply of spiritual energy and energy was automatically used to stabilize the barriers around the lotus. Then, Han Fei saw that the only remaining lotus petal straightened a little. If it was a little listless before, it looked particularly energetic at this moment. In the end, the water fairy was also covered in a dense aura. The old tortoise said, "That person left behind a lot of backup plans." After the lotus throne dealt with it. Although the resources you threw out today couldn't awaken her complete consciousness, they did awaken a trace of her self-awareness, which is her self-defense awareness. Han Fei glanced at Forge the Universe, only to find that there was nothing left but a pile of scrap metal. Those things were useless in the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. What Han Fei desperately needed now was vitality like the spring of life. Unfortunately, during the tribulation, the immeasurable fruit was gone. Now, it should have become a part of his meridians. Otherwise, such a supreme-grade spiritual fruit would be extremely beneficial to the water deity. Now, there was only one way left, the apocalyptic divine technique. The reason why he hadn't thought of using the apocalyptic divine art before was that he would have to pay a heavy price to use it once. One of the major effects of the apocalypse divine arts was the overdraft of one's life force. The caster could use their life as the price to activate the heavenly awakening divine power to recover from their injuries. At this moment, Han Fei thought to himself, I have a lifespan of more than 2,000 years. It shouldn't be a problem for me to use a little bit of my lifespan to activate the apocalyptic divine technique, right? After all, life force could also be seized. At that time, he could just snatch it back. Han Fei pondered for a moment. It was just one treatment. In Forge the Universe, there were 100 spiritual fruits and some spirit awakening fluid. Although they didn't seem to be of much use to vitality, they were still a manifestation of Tao. It shouldn't be a problem for him to use the heaven awakening divine art once, right? Hiss! Han Fei took a breath and said to the water deity, If I can't do it this time, wait for me. I'll find a way to get out and ask the Life Queen for some spring of life. With that, Han Fei spread out his hands, and golden light enveloped him in the blink of an eye. The apocalyptic divine art, known as the immortal divine art, could connect with the origin of the void at the cost of one's life. When he activated the apocalyptic divine art, Han Fei finally knew what it meant to pay with one's life. He felt that his vitality was no longer fresh, and his vitality was rapidly weakening. The old turtle exclaimed, Little B****, what are you doing? Your vitality is rapidly fading. Hiss, is this apocalyptic divine art? Han Fei only felt that his vitality was being sucked away, and he had no time to talk to the old turtle. A golden pillar of milky white light fell directly from the sky. The golden pillar of light enveloped the water deity again. Han Fei felt the feeling of vitality fading again. The old turtle roared, Where did you learn the apocalyptic divine art? Although this art is good, you haven't entered the Tao yet, and your vitality is at least several times more consumed than those who have. Han Fei sensed for a moment and gritted his teeth. How do I know how much vitality I've consumed? The old turtle sneered. You haven't comprehended the Tao yet, so you can't feel it directly. You can calculate it according to the strength of the vitality in your body at this moment. 10% less means 200 years. You won't recover until you stop using the apocalyptic divine art. Han Fei's expression changed. While talking to the old turtle, his vitality had been reduced by more than 10%. In other words, his 200 years of lifespan had been gone. 10 seconds later, Han Fei felt that the strength of his vitality had been reduced by 30%. And the reason why he was still able to persevere was because he could hear the water fairies breathing. Han Fei's eyes lit up. It's working. The old turtle said, Your lifespan is comparable to that of a half-venerable. 30% of your vitality can actually revive her vitality. But that's enough. Stop it now. It's already very commendable that you can revive her vitality, not to mention the apocalyptic divine art. However, your level is too low, and you haven't entered the Tao yet. It's still not enough to wake her up. Han Fei curled his lips. Don't panic. I can also absorb other people's vitality. There are thousands of sea demons outside. I can replenish them in less than half a day. The old turtle was speechless. Then you have to stop it quickly. This is no longer a combat skill, but a Tao. The deeper you enter the Tao, the lower the consumption. You spent 1,000 years of your lifespan to enter this Tao. The same apocalyptic divine art consumes only half of what it is now. Han Fei asked, "How long will it take to enter the Tao?" Seeing that the water deity was breathing lightly and the lotus petals began to sway, Han Fei stopped using the apocalyptic divine art. This was a kind of continuous, life-saving technique. The moment Han Fei stopped, the feeling of vitality fading also disappeared. Han Fei staggered slightly and felt a little dizzy. Now his body was weak, and the power contained in his vitality had been reduced by nearly half, which meant that this apocalyptic divine art cost him nearly 1,000 years of his lifespan. "Are you okay?" The nine-headed snake, Grass, completely trusted Han Fei now. Just now, that terrifying life force made him believe that if it fell on his body, he would only need 5 breaths' time to recover to his peak state and recreate the glory of his peak. Although such a powerful vitality still couldn't wake up the water deity. However, the difference between now and just now on the lotus seat was huge. At this moment, the lotus seat was enshrouded in mist and glowed brilliantly. Han Fei grinned. "I'm fine. Don't panic." Han Fei really didn't panic at all. With a flip of his hand, the last hundreds of spiritual fruits on his body floated up and exploded. Who? Activating the swallowing technique, Han Fei swallowed these spiritual fruits in one breath. Of course, it didn't help his vitality recover, but it could quickly slow down his weakened state. Han Fei sat cross-legged, looked at the colorful divine child peak, and said to the 9-headed snake Grass, "Later, if someone comes from outside, don't attack. Just tie them up and wait for me to recover." Then Han Fei sat cross-legged and began to recover. Outside, clang! The sound of a bell rang in the sky, and dense green mist floated in the sky. Just when Han Fei was resting, countless demonic plants on thousands of mountains were shocked almost at the same time. "Fairy, are you recovering?" At that moment, all sorts of demon plants sprang up from the belly of the mountains and faced the sky. The sea demons, the blood demon, and the Shuemu heaven quickly gathered and were gathering. Outside the divine child peak, the sky clan of the Shuemu heaven arrived first, and a big bird tried to rush into the divine child peak. However, as soon as it flew in, it flew out the way it came, because the space here was distorted and it was impossible to pass through in a normal way. After a while, people from 3 parties arrived one after another. The people of the Shuemu heaven, the sea demons, and the blood demon had arrived. Outside the divine child peak, there were more than 3,000 people. Of course, some people also realized that there must be something unusual outside the divine child peak. While everyone was going to the divine child peak, they went to look for treasures, including Yang Ruoyun. At this moment, the 3 parties were attacking each other. Yu Hong glanced at Shu Xiaoman. He still remembered the scene where Shu Xiaoman killed dozens of people in a row, although that woman's means were weird and he couldn't get close to her. He immediately shouted, "Female demons of the Blood Sea Divine Wood were both members of the Sea Clan. Let's work together to kill the humans first. How about that?" However, none of the women leading the blood demon responded. Only one woman sneered. "Don't talk nonsense. We're just here to look for opportunities. The White Shell Royal City and the Shuemu Heaven can fight as you like. It's none of our business." A bug buzzed. "Let's go." A sea demon sneered. "The treasures here belong to those who are fated to get them. Let's go in together, regardless of life or death. How about it?" Some humans said to each other via voice transmission, "I agree. Even if we die, we'll still make a profit. They have more people than we do." A big bird responded, "It's feasible. I went in just now and didn't encounter any danger, but it was easy to get lost and come out." A little tree ant said, "I'll try to climb up from the bottom of the sea and the mountain wall." A blood demon said to each other via voice transmission, "Let's go first and see what's going on. The more people there are, the better it will be for us." At the top, Chapter 1233. After using the Heaven Awakening Divine technique once, Han Fei found that this technique had extremely high requirements to use. If he used it in his current state, the moment he activated it, he could clearly feel his vitality fading away. However, as the old turtle said, it would be much easier for a Tao-reaching cultivator to use this technique. Therefore, the path he took seemed to be very important. Was it difficult to become a spirit gatherer? Han Fei didn't think so. At least, since he began to learn the spirit concentration art, he had always felt that it was quite easy for him to use the spirit concentration art. However, here came the problem. The old turtle said that a path could only accommodate one person, and the rest were all enemies. And the path of the 5 major professions had existed a long time ago and had almost spread throughout human society. Were the 5 major professions strong? Of course they were. For example, his arrays, refiners, and spiritual energy control. Which of them didn't need the support of a spirit gatherer? But behind these professions, were there reapers? Thinking about it, Han Fei felt creeped out. At this moment, the 9-headed snake grass said, "There are a lot of people." As soon as Han Fei recovered, he saw the 9 heads of the 9-headed snake grass waiting for him. Because he had just used the holy light technique twice, the 9-headed snake grass now had 3 usable heads. Of course, it was obviously not enough to recover all of them, but at this moment, Han Fei had basically used up everything he could use. Even half of his lifespan had been used up. There was really nothing left. Hearing that the 9-headed snake grass said there were a lot of people, Han Fei's eyes immediately lit up. Okay. Han Fei suddenly stood up and said, "Since you are guarding here, you should be very familiar with the spatial array of the Divine Child Peak. How can I perceive the outside world on the Divine Child Peak? Or, how can I view this array?" The 9-headed snake, grass, stretched its huge head over and said, "Just stand on my body." Han Fei's eyes lit up, and he stepped on the 9-headed snake grass's head. Then his divine senses swept out and covered more than 500 kilometers around. He didn't need to care about the periphery anymore. As soon as his perception swept out, he found that a total of nearly 1,000 people were charging at the array. They had entered the Divine Child Peak and were trying their best to find a way through the mist. The 9-headed snake grass said, "I can activate the restrictions of the Godchild Peak and activate the power of thunder and wind." Han Fei quickly said, "Don't. These are all vitality, don't waste them." Han Fei rolled his eyes and took out his dragon burial rod. He hadn't fished for a long time. At this time in the outside world, the wind and rain were like the sea. We're half mermaids, not fish. Aren't blood demons fish? Swish, swish, swish. Han Fei's void line stretched out and extended into the mist. Puff, puff, puff. In the heavy mist, Han Fei's vision was extremely clear because of the hydra grass. The void line pinched the target accurately. Sensing the danger, a half-mermaid immediately protected his soul with the jellyfish spiritual beast around him. However, just when this person was about to escape in fear, with a swish, a fishing line pierced through the void, and 1,000 twining silk was instantly activated. With a swish, this person was tied up. Then the void lines along the fishing hook hung on his body and directly stole his vitality. Originally, the fishing rod Han Fei used was a mid-quality divine weapon, so ordinary peak-level sea spirits couldn't break free easily. With this hook, Han Fei directly controlled 11 people at once. 2 of them, because they had some special abilities, could actually block the void lines. And Han Fei pointed his finger, and the infinity water turned into a long dragon of 10,000 knives and rushed out in an instant. Han Fei felt his body shaking slightly, and he immediately realized that he had overdrawn too much. However, fortunately at this moment, a little vitality was replenished. The vitality of 11 people was being instilled into his body. Even if the vitality stolen by each person was very little, it was still an extremely abundant amount of vitality. The old turtle said, "What a waste, what a waste! You brat, you have a precious skill, but you don't concentrate on cultivation. These peak-level sea spirits have at most 1,000 years of vitality, and the least is more than 800 years of vitality. Although they don't have your physique aptitude, the vitality you have converted is too little. 1,000 years of lifespan has been forcibly converted into 1 or 2 years of vitality. It's simply too wasteful. Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, "What's wrong with this? Why can't I feel it?" The old turtle snorted and said, "When you enter the Tao, you can understand your own Tao, know life and death, and obtain the Tao. By then, you will naturally have a better understanding of lifespan and vitality." Han Fei curled his lips and said, It's still too early. What's wrong with 1 or 2 years? I can absorb 1,000 or 800 of them. Can't it replenish my vitality?" The old turtle disdainfully said, "If you were more proficient in this skill, you wouldn't have caused such a huge waste. Why don't I convert a little for you? Don't even think about it." Han Fei had long guessed the old turtle's idea. It was nothing more than to devour vitality. At this moment, thousands of sea demons were here, and they were all edible. However, he couldn't eat any of them. Was he greedy? Han Fei said, "You kill Yuandao and the turtle outside first. Isn't a body better than this little bit of life force? These are the vitality I use to save my life." The old turtle said, "Not necessarily enough." Han Fei curled his lips and smiled. "Whether it's enough or not, I'll suck these people dry first. By the way, Old Yuan, since you know the Heaven Awakening Divine Technique, should I continue to use the Heaven Awakening Divine Technique later, or should I directly swallow these people?" The old turtle said leisurely, "Then you'd better use the Heaven Awakening Divine Technique. The Heaven Awakening Divine Technique helps her wake up and directly feeds her vitality. The quality of the vitality of ordinary peak-level sea spirits is far inferior to the Heaven Awakening Divine Technique." Hearing this, Han Fei immediately understood. He pulled all 11 of them over to his side. Han Fei directly threw the person who was not controlled by the void lines into the mouth of the 9-headed snake grass. Han Fei said, "This is for you. You eat first, and then help me." Han Fei only needed to control the fishing rod with one hand. The void lines didn't need hands, so at this moment he still had time to grab those people's sea-swallowing seashells. Because the 1,000-mountain ancient realm itself lacked spiritual energy and energy. Therefore, those who came in would generally bring a lot of spiritual spring and spiritual fruits to assist in battle. Just over 10 people, Han Fei got more than 5,000 caddies of spiritual spring. Although it was less than 10,000 caddies, there were still thousands of people in this fog. Han Fei glanced at Shu Xiaoman. What's wrong with this girl? How could she run into the fog? It must be noted that the big array outside the Divine Child Peak hadn't been opened. Otherwise, there would be flashes of lightning and cracks in the void everywhere, and they wouldn't be able to resist it at all. Han Fei thought for a moment. Shu Xiaoman must have come with a task, right? I wonder if she has a lot of resources on her? Han Fei thought of something and said to her via voice transmission, "Shu Xiaoman, it's Han Fei. Do you have the water of life with you?" Based on the cooperation between him and Shu Xiaoman at the beginning, the Life Queen and the others were already sure that he was among the sea demons. Therefore, the people he knew showed up one after another. Why did this happen? In addition to protecting the Shuemu heaven, there should be something else. As soon as Shu Xiaoman rushed into the fog, she was stunned. There was nothing around her. There was no way back, no way forward. After flying for a long time, she didn't know where she had flown to. She didn't see anything, nor did she touch anything. Suddenly, Han Fei's voice sounded beside Shu Xiaoman, which cheered her up. "Han Fei, where are you?" Han Fei said, "Don't worry about where I am. Did the Life Queen or Jing ask you to send me a message?" Shu Xiaoman was stunned for a moment. "Yes, the Jing messenger asked us to bring you 30 drops of the water of life. The Jing messenger said that no more can be given. You have to figure out a way for the rest." Han Fei took a breath. Give it to me, quickly. Why didn't you give it to me when I first came in? Shu Xiaoman said, the Jing messenger said that if you didn't ask, she wouldn't give it to you. Where are you? Han Fei said, Snake Grass, send me there. Shu Xiaoman was still looking around vigilantly. All of a sudden, he saw an incomparably large black shadow stretching over. Shu Xiaoman's whole body tensed up. What the hell is this? Just when Shu Xiaoman was about to freeze, she saw a huge snake head. No, it was just a weird, demonic plant that looked like a snake head appearing in front of her. And standing on the demonic plant, who else could it be but Han Fei? Gulp! Shu Xiaoman immediately swallowed. What did Han Fei do this time? Why did he come here? It was very good to have such a big demon plant. Han Fei said, give me the water of life. Also, go out and trick the sea demons of the Baibei Royal City, and the blood demons of the Blood Sea Divine were to come in. Han Fei quickly explained the plan to young man Shu. Shu Xiaoman quickly took out her swallowing seashell and threw it to Han Fei. It's all in there. In case I die and get lost, I always have a lot of people around me. Han Fei took the swallowing seashell and didn't even look at it. He looked at Shu Xiaoman and said, remember, you must act realistically. As long as they can be tricked into coming in, none of those guys can escape. Han Fei's words shocked Shu Xiaoman. It must be noted that only a part of the people had come in. There were more than 1,000 people from the two clans outside. Han Fei, however, showed a hint of ruthlessness. If it was so easy to enter the Divine Child Peak, he wouldn't have given the 9-headed snake Grass a toy just now. As long as the 9-headed snake Grass was willing to pay the price, none of the hundreds of people in the mist could escape. They would be killed in an instant. Han Fei stamped his feet and said, Snake Grass, cooperate with me and act. First update, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1234. In the midst of the Divine Child Peak, while Han Fei and Shu Xiaoman were talking, they had hunted and killed more than 20 people. According to the old turtle, he had probably replenished his lifespan for less than 30 years. This made Han Fei speechless. Sure enough, the Apocalypse Divine art could replenish the lifespan of a slaughterhouse. Every time he used the Apocalypse Divine art, he had to absorb the vitality of hundreds of people to replenish it. Sure enough, he hadn't practiced enough yet. At this moment, Han Fei stood on the head of the 9-headed snake Grass and scanned it with his perception. After a long time, he looked at the people who were running around like headless flies. He was thinking about a problem. The sky-stealing technique and the Apocalypse Divine art were a perfect match. One consumed lives, while the other stole lives. In this way, they formed a perfect complement. In a sense, if he entered the Apocalypse Great Path, he might be able to live forever. Even if he couldn't live forever, it shouldn't be a problem for him to live several times longer than others. For now, the Apocalypse Great Path was still very attractive to him. It wasn't as simple as a healing technique. It was like how spirit gatherers could not only gather spiritual energy, but also control water, refine weapons, draw arrays, and so on. Who? Han Fei suddenly came back to himself and couldn't help but shake his head. At that moment, he was almost lost when he saw so many people here. Han Fei was a little shocked that he was distracted at this critical moment. This had never happened before. He was distracted in the face of a great battle. Han Fei hurriedly calmed himself down and shouted, Shu Xiaoman, get ready! Outside the Divine Child Peak, the three parties each occupied a direction, only 100 kilometers away from each other. The first batch of people agreed to enter mainly to test this place. Although there were many records about the 1,000-mountain ancient realm, there were too many mountains here. Basically, every mountain was guarded by special demonic plants. Therefore, although there were records about the abnormalities of the Divine Child Peak, they were not detailed. Suddenly, the mist trembled, and with a boom, a dazzling spark burst out. The mist was pierced, and some people saw the colorful light, which was blurred by the mist. A light melody sounded in the mist. Outside the divine child peak, someone exclaimed, "What's that?" Someone said pervertedly, "It seems that someone is fighting." Although this blurry thing could cause a commotion among the crowd, it might not be able to lure people in. In the mist, Shu Man was shooting at a sea demon with a longbow in her hand. On the other side, 2 blood demons were trying to grab the dense aura. The sea demon brandished his harpoon and roared, "How dare you, blood demon, let go!" Shu Man shouted, "Put it down!" After saying that, Shu Man shot an arrow. The arrow was like a flying bird, rolling up the wind and lifting the fog. At this moment, many good people in the outside world were shocked. What is that? A divine weapon? Isn't that an embroidery needle? At this moment, it was wrapped in Han Fei's invincible will, shining with golden light. A human expert growled, "Wait, there's a sharp blade covered in frost beside it." The blood demon was overjoyed. Although the dense aura did not dissipate, Zhang Xian was unable to clearly see what it was. However, the people on his side got it. Suddenly, the sea demon in the middle of the battle roared, "Come in! All of you! Do you hear me? All of you come in. There are 5 sea-quelling bizarre treasures here." Hiss! F***K. Among the sea demons, Yu Hong looked around. Why was the fish dragon king not here? Why was Xue Hongyan not here? Only he was the strongest here. Even if the sea demons were divided according to their peak combat power, he could at least get 1 sea-quelling bizarre treasure. At this moment, Yu Hong's eyes turned cold. He had already regarded the sea-quelling bizarre treasure as his own. Who dared to take his treasure? Who dared to take it? As for the 1,000-mountain ancient realm, Yu Hong felt that searching for an opportunity to become a king was an opportunity to become a king. He knew that the sea-quelling bizarre treasure was a king's weapon that ordinary people couldn't get. Everyone was shocked. Before they rushed into the mist, Shu Man shouted, "People of the Waterwood Heaven, come in quickly. We can't let them succeed." Buzz, buzz, buzz. A bug shouted, "Little man, hold on. My bug bow is coming." A large bird chirped and dove straight into the mist. The human beings had already seen Shu Man asking for help. How could they not go in? On the blood demon's side, countless people's faces changed drastically. Someone on their side got 2 sea-quelling bizarre treasures? Wasn't this too horrifying? Although some people were suspicious, isn't this a little too easy? With a sea-quelling bizarre treasures just floating in the air. However, the dense aura, the battle scene, and the 2 glowing weapons that he had seen with his own eyes. They could tell at first glance that they were not ordinary weapons. They couldn't be faked. Besides, the battle was about to break out. It wasn't easy for them to take advantage of the sea-quelling bizarre treasures, and they couldn't let it go to waste. So, without any time to think, a group of blood demons rushed into the mist one after another. More than 2,000 people rushed into the Godchild Peak. How big was a mountain? Wouldn't it be a crowded scene if more than 2,000 people were crammed into this place? However, at the moment when these people rushed in, only the insect clan, the sky clan, the tree demons, and human beings from the Waterwood Heaven had a clear view. Because their direction was changed by the 9-headed snake grass, and they were all gathered together. Let them go to the divine child peak? There was no way he could have done that. Unless they could provide a massive amount of vitality, like Han Fei. Otherwise, without some real strength, the 9-headed snake grass wouldn't agree, no matter how stupid it was. A group of people had activated their secret methods, carried longbows, possessed their spiritual beasts, and stepped on all kinds of contractual spiritual beasts. But they were all gathered together. Someone wondered, hey, where are the sea-quelling bizarre treasures? Where did they go? An insect clan member ran around in a daze. Where's the colorful light? Where's little man? Some of the sky race dived headfirst into the mist, only to emerge from the other side. Suddenly he exclaimed, "Something's wrong. There's something wrong with this space." For a moment, there was a commotion and someone exclaimed, "Don't panic. Defend." However, he saw a huge shadow appear in the fog. Then, under the gaze of hundreds of people, they saw Han Fei and Shu Shaoman standing on the nine-headed snake grass, which stunned them. Suddenly, a bug buzzed. "Han Fei, it's Han Fei." A big bird flew over. "Young man, Han Fei." Someone was surprised. How did Han Fei get in? Shouldn't he be consolidating his cultivation? Someone said in shock. So, there's no sea-quelling bizarre treasure at all. Suddenly, a channel appeared, leading to the outside of the mist. Han Fei roared, "Leave all the sea demons and blood demons here to me." There should be nearly 1,000 sea demons and blood demons scattered everywhere outside. You need to hunt them. Swish! Swish! The embroidery needle and Snowmorn both floated to Han Fei's side. Han Fei grinned. "Remember, don't kill the demon plants that are still alive. Give those demon plants that still have a chance to live some spirit spring and spirit fruits." A little treant also stood in the void. "Are they from our clan?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes, the demon plants in the 1,000-mountain ancient realm are all from our clan." Hua! Immediately a big bird exclaimed, "No wonder. No wonder the undead creatures of our clan would stop us whenever we approached certain areas." A human sighed. "Han Fei, can you do it alone?" The more he spoke, the less confident he was, because he saw another 2 enormous, snake-headed demon plants. Suddenly someone said, "Is this the legendary 9-headed snake grass?" Han Fei stepped on the 9-headed snake grass. He didn't have time to chat with them. He said, "Leave now and hunt the remaining sea demons and blood demons. I'll take care of everything here." With that, Han Fei disappeared into the mist. Young Tree Man looked back at Han Fei. She didn't know why Han Fei was with the legendary demon plants. However, Han Fei was obviously more than capable. Han Fei even asked her if she had the spring of life. Obviously, he had reached a tacit understanding with the static agent and even the queen. They must be plotting something. As for himself, although he was just a small character in the middle of the transportation, if this matter was successful, wouldn't it mean that he had also made a contribution? Different from the Shui Mu Heaven, Yu Hong's team of sea demons and the blood demons, who were all women, were stunned. What the hell was this place? Where was the way? "Wait for me!" The 9 notes melody arrived. Chila! At a spatial rift, a sea demon didn't even have time to react and was directly cut in half by the saber. Swish! Some blood demons were still lost. Suddenly, they found that a crisis was coming. Unfortunately, before she had a chance to react, she was hooked by a circle of silk threads, and a fish hook plunged deep into her body. Han Fei said, "Punishing saber, don't kill them. It's better to injure them." "Yes, master." Han Fei was crazily devouring the vitality of these sea demons. Basically, he could completely suck a person dry in 5 minutes. Most of those who could avoid the void lines couldn't avoid lifesteal. As for those who couldn't be directly controlled by Han Fei, he would hook them with the fish hook. He pulled them back and stuffed them into the mouth of the 9-headed snake grass. In just half an hour, the vitality of the 9-headed snake grass was getting stronger and stronger, and the 9 snake heads had all returned to dark green, although some parts were still a little rotten. It was much better than when Han Fei first saw it. At that time, to put it bluntly, it only had 1 head left. In the mist, panic was spreading. Someone exclaimed, "No, there are no opportunities in this place at all. We've been fooled." However, no one could hear his exclamation at all. In Han Fei's perception, the space here had undergone strange changes. The range of space here was extended by the 9-headed snake grass to more than 1,000 kilometers. What was the specific principle? Han Fei didn't know. However, he could roughly confirm from the location where these people appeared that this was a closed space formation. If it trapped people in it, it could easily kill them with enough energy. Of course, for the current 9-headed snake grass, Every bit of energy had to be used carefully. It didn't dare to waste it casually. At this moment, Han Fei was quite relaxed. He was repeatedly using the heaven-stealing technique. He found that if he directly aimed at the spiritual heritage, the heaven-stealing technique seemed to be able to reduce the spiritual heritage of the other party. If he only stole the vitality, then the vitality would be reduced. Han Fei even found that the heaven-stealing technique could even forcibly tear a little bit of the ownerless soul from the other party's head. This was a complete surprise. Looking at Yu Hong, who was roaring crazily, sweeping his spear and summoning a giant whale, Han Fei smiled. This is a rich man. He must have a lot of good things on him. Let's meet him. Second, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1235. Yu Hong knew that he had been fooled. However, he didn't know who was putting on a show for him. Was it an illusion? Otherwise, how could human beings see demons and blood demons play a show together? Suddenly, Yu Hong found that the mist around him was a little less, and a path seemed to have been opened up. In the mist, he saw a drop of water that was changing constantly in the air. A drop of water? Yu Hong was certainly not a fool. How could a drop of water appear out of nowhere in such a mysterious place? Is it a rare treasure? Yu Hong's eyes lit up and he reached out to grab it. However, when he found that this drop of water was caught by him, he immediately realized that something was wrong. How could there be a free lunch in this world? To be able to achieve it so easily, either this drop of water was completely useless, or he had overlooked something. Hiss! Sure enough, Yu Hong felt a pain in his palm. He opened his palm and found that the drop of water was nowhere to be seen. There was a drop of blood in his palm. Not good. Yu Hong felt a heart-wrenching pain. His meridians were torn apart. His flesh and blood seemed to be fused with countless blades, and his whole body seemed to be cut by thousands of small knives. Ah! Who is it? On the nine-headed snake grass, Han Fei watched the scene quietly. The void lines had already buckled it. If you want to kill it, you must make it crazy first. However, the old turtle said, Your drop of water seems to be a holy treasure. Han Fei was shocked. This was the second time he had heard the name, Holy Treasure. Last time, it was Chun Huangdian who said it. Han Fei said, You've seen it many times. Why did you only recognize it now? The old turtle said, I've seen it many times, but you've always used it to turn into knives and self-destruct. I thought it was a special kind of sea-quelling bizarre treasure. But now it seems that your drop of water is too malleable. Don't you know how to use it? Good. Han Fei immediately took a breath. Then how should I use it? Han Fei never knew how to use the infinity water. Even the self-detonation was guessed by him. At that time, he was afraid that this treasure would be destroyed. He heard the old turtle say, This is a drop of water, but it can also be countless drops of water. It can transform into weapons, it can self-detonate, and it has a myriad of forms. Its most important characteristic is its ability to change. I know. And then, the old turtle sneered and said, Do you know that the forms of objects in the world, when developed to the extreme, are the most terrifying weapons? Why do you have to turn it into a saber that can be held by hand? Han Fei was a little confused. Aren't all sabers like that? The old turtle sneered. Have you experienced astral winds before? Have you ever experienced extreme speed? Does the blade have to be in the form that you can see? If a strand of water moves at an extremely fast speed, is it considered a saber? Buzz! Han Fei was shocked and seemed to understand something. He said, Do you mean that I used it wrong? The old turtle sneered. This kind of changeable thing should be used at will, because it is completely compatible with you. It is more convenient than your sea-quelling bizarre sword and rod. When used to the extreme, its power will not be weaker than theirs. Hearing the old turtle's words, Han Fei was shocked. Wasn't the case that the old turtle described to him just now a water gun? When the speed of spraying water reached the extreme, everything could be cut. Han Fei knew this. Immediately, Han Fei made the infinity water turn into a stream of particles and shoot out of Yu Hong's body with a puff. Because the speed was so fast, one of Yu Hong's thighs was cut off. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, "I'll take you as a test subject." No matter how stupid Han Fei was, he knew that the water saber that the old turtle talked about was a high-pressure water jet cutting. To become that kind of saber, the first thing that was needed was speed, and what produced this speed was pressure. This kind of attack required a certain spatial distance to achieve the acceleration of the infinity water. The principle was simple, but the operation was difficult. However, Han Fei thought to himself, "Can't I just turn the infinity water into a yin-yang wheel? As long as the rotation speed was high enough, the power that it burst out wouldn't be weak." Besides, Han Fei was very familiar with the supreme yin-yang wheel. After all, he had seen it countless times. When the infinity water turned into a wheel, in an instant, dazzling sparks appeared in the void. Because the speed was getting faster and faster, soon the sparks disappeared. Instead, there was a circle of black void cracks cut by the infinity water. No, before Yu Hong could react, he saw a crack in the void roll up and directly cut his body into pieces. A small half of his body was shredded by the void cracks. For these so-called heavenly talents of the royal city, although Han Fei looked down on the Fish Dragon King, the Fish Dragon King was indeed the strongest. However, the Ichthyosaur King was indeed the strongest. Even when he launched a sneak attack, the Ichthyosaur King managed to escape for a while. At this moment, Yu Hong's death was completely within his plan. Once the infinity water entered the body, not to mention a heavenly talent at the peak level of the sea spirit realm, even a great demon at the peak level of the Tao-seeking realm wouldn't have a good end. God knew how big the shadow in Yu Hong's heart was before he died. All he did was grab a drop of water. He didn't even see a hair of the enemy before he died inexplicably. How desperate was he in his heart? 2 hours later, the number of sea demons and blood demons that died in Han Fei's hands had reached 200. According to the old turtle, his current vitality had been replenished by more than 200 years and less than 300 years. Han Fei felt that this was quite good. He could continue to absorb vitality. It wouldn't be a problem for him to use the Heaven Awakening Divine technique later. 8 hours later, on the Divine Child Peak, another beam of light burst out. At this moment, the 9-headed snake grass had completely recovered its former ferocious appearance. However, when it sensed the terrifying life force descending upon it, it still trembled slightly. The 9-headed snake grass felt that the fairy was likely to recover. This was the strongest life force replenishment he had ever received in all these years. He had been holding on to it. During this period, there were still sea demons attracted by the Heaven Awakening Divine technique just now. However, the people of the Shuemu Heaven were not stupid. Led by young Shuman, they thought that it was already very impressive for Han Fei to deal with thousands of sea demons alone, so they couldn't increase the pressure on Han Fei. On the way, there were strong masters of the Shuemu Heaven hunting them. There were very few sea demons that could really break through their hunting and come to the fog. This made Han Fei very depressed. More than 6 hours later, when Han Fei finished absorbing the vitality of the last sea demon in the fog, these sea demons didn't know that there were enemies in the fog until the moment the void lines found them. At this moment, Han Fei's vitality had just recovered to more than 1,500 years. However, after stealing lives again and again, Han Fei's proficiency and accuracy had been improved. As long as he spent some time on it, the next time, the effect would definitely be better. At this moment, the 9 huge snake heads and Han Fei were looking at the lotus seat solemnly. They could already see that the water fairy was breathing slightly, and with every breath of the water fairy, the spiritual energy and energy on the Divine Child Peak would weaken a little. Han Fei held the sea-swallowing seashell in his hand and threw 10 drops of the spring of life over. Looking at the rich vitality, Han Fei's heart was bleeding. Every drop of vitality was equivalent to 100 years of vitality. The nine-headed snake grass said, "Someone used to send me the spring of life, but not so much." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "Someone used to send me the spring of life? Who?" The nine-headed grass shook its big head and said, "Little Blossom. Little Blossom will send it." Han Fei wondered, "Who is Little Blossom?" Han Fei thought to himself, "Only the Life Queen can control the spring of life, right? However, it's unlikely that the Life Queen will come in person. Or did the Life Queen specially send someone to deliver the spring of life? However, the Life Queen is also a king. What's her relationship with the Water Fairy? Since she can come in and deliver the spring of life to the Water Fairy, why not give her a little more at one time? Let the Water Fairy wake up?" The old turtle said, "You're overthinking it. Do you think it's easy for a king to save another king? Do you think the spring of life is like a yellow croaker that you can catch easily?" Han Fei sighed. "How rare is the spring of life?" The old turtle said leisurely, "Let's put it this way. Even if the Life Queen refines it day and night, she can only get one drop every 2 or 3 years at most. Do you think you only got 30 drops of the spring of life? Maybe that's what she has accumulated for hundreds of years." Wow! Han Fei gasped hard. So it was indeed a great bargain for him to exchange resources with the Life Queen. Wouldn't this be equivalent to a king tier using several decades just to refine this so-called spring of life for himself? Thinking of this, Han Fei felt that he had indeed made a fortune. No wonder everyone said that his batch of resources wasn't enough. A drop of the spring of life was so precious. When the vitality was swallowed, another 10 drops of the spring of life were thrown over. Han Fei glanced at the remaining 10 drops. Immediately, he gritted his teeth and threw them all over. He wondered how much vitality the Water Fairy was lacking now. Then he might as well give it all to her. If it didn't work, he could go hunt some more people later and perform the apocalyptic divine technique again. If that didn't work, he would leave the 1,000-mountain ancient realm first. Next time, he would come back after plundering a huge amount of resources. Humph! Just as Han Fei and the nine-headed snake grass were looking forward to it, a soft moan suddenly came from the lotus. Chapter 1236. Han Fei and the nine-headed snake grass were refreshed. Didn't they pay such a high price just to wake up the Water Fairy? At the moment when the Water Fairy spoke, Han Fei continued to pour the tens of thousands of spiritual fruits and hundreds of thousands of caddies of spiritual spring he got from thousands of people into the lotus under the Water Fairy. Even if Han Fei used his ass to think, he would know that after paying such a huge price, the Water Fairy had only just regained consciousness. Therefore, anything that could be digested, such as spirit fruits and spirit spring water, could be thrown into the lotus seat. As for whether he would become poor or not, how poor would he be? It didn't matter. As long as he left the 1,000-mountain ancient realm, he had plenty of ways to make money. After all, his level was different now. When he was a hidden fisher, he needed all kinds of ambushes to make money, and his opponents might be poor too. As for law enforcers, he had no chance to make money. Now that he was an explorer, he could rob dozens or even hundreds of people from a Tao-seeking state demon beast. This was completely different from the speed of making money. When they became explorers, they wouldn't be interested in ordinary resources. But not Han Fei. Ordinary spiritual spring and spiritual fruits were still delicious in his eyes. Feeling the restlessness of the nine-headed snake grass, Han Fei immediately stomped his feet. Stop wandering around. In the outside world, almost everyone was attracted by the Divine Child Peak, because the spiritual energy and energy there were too rich. In the Shuemu heaven, many people looked at the Divine Child Peak. Someone said in surprise, "What did Han Fei do? How can there be such rich spiritual energy?" An insect replied with a buzzing voice, "I can sense boundless energy. If I can eat this energy, I can pass the tribulation." Another sea demon shouted, "It's all the Shuimu heaven scheme. They ambushed us on the way. Don't be fooled." On a certain mountain, Yang Ruiyun was leading a team of people to look for treasures. Because she didn't go to the divine child peak at all, their enemies were only those rotten demon plants and undead insects. Although they had both suffered losses, they had looted a lot of treasures. At this moment, Yang Ruiyun was on a mountain top, stepping on a dirty black petal. The flower that was like a trumpet had completely fallen at this moment. Someone said, "When should we go?" The exploding chi over there was too dense. 2 golden pillars of light descending from the sky. Something big must have happened. Yang Ruiyun shook her head. No. The grander the scene was, the more chaotic the people were, and the more one couldn't easily fight for it. Unless you have absolute confidence, don't even think about such a great opportunity for no reason. Yang Ruiyun was not the only one who said the same thing. On the various mountain ranges in the outside world, people often came and went. Some people were here to seek treasures, so why did they have to make him search for that faintly discernible opportunity? He was determined not to go. How many people would die for the opportunity to become a king? At this moment, Han Fei had already come down from the head of the Hydra grass and was 10 meters away from the lotus seat. Teacher, in any case, Han Fei had benefited a lot from studying in the 100,000 mountains for 4 years. It was not an exaggeration to say that his strength had doubled. The Water Immortal was the only one among the Beast Kings who gave him lessons every day. Their daily interactions made them even closer than the Beast Kings and the others. "Who?" An extremely light and faint voice rang out leisurely. Han Fei was overjoyed. Me, Han Fei. Oh no, Wang Han. Who, the divine child peak, which was covered in rich spiritual energy, suddenly disappeared under the Water Immortal's breath. In an instant, the spiritual energy disappeared without a trace, and so did the energy. The 30 drops of the spring of life had been completely absorbed. The Water Immortal slowly tilted her head, opened her eyes, and looked at Han Fei. The two of them looked at each other for about a minute, and then the Water Immortal slowly sat up. Han Fei didn't know how many years she had slept, but her body didn't seem stiff at all. The Water Immortal was extremely calm. She put her legs on the edge of the lotus seat and looked at the lotus seat that only had 1 petal left. After a moment of silence, she said, "So, 80,000 years have passed." Han Fei was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Does it mean that 1 petal represents 10,000 years? The water deity sighed and turned to look at Han Fei, ignoring the 9-headed snake grass that was dancing excitedly. The Water Immortal asked, "Little Wang Han?" Han Fei nodded. "Teacher." The Water Immortal sighed slightly. "So you were born in this era." Han Fei immediately said, "Teacher, how long has it been since I left the age of doom?" How long has it been since I left?" The Water Immortal gently opened her mouth. "It should be almost 100,000 years." Han Fei took a deep breath. 100,000 years. He had walked in the river of time for 100,000 years. However, Han Fei didn't fall into shock, but hurriedly asked, "Teacher, the Beast King, the Giant King, and the Heavenly Crystal, are they?" The Water Immortal said, "The Beast King went east trying to find a way to save the world. The Heavenly Crystal and the Giant King died before me. Little Wang Han, how many resources did you give me?" Han Fei grinned. Not much. Just a little more than 2 billion points of spiritual energy, 30 drops of the spring of life, and 2 apocalyptic divine techniques. Now that he had finally woken up, he had to show off. However, the Water Immortal was slightly surprised. "Apocalyptic divine technique? The path of a spirit gatherer? Have you already embarked on this path?" Han Fei was about to respond when the Water Immortal immediately said, "No, you have to abolish your own realm and find a new path." Han Fei was stunned. The Water Immortal seemed to be a little anxious. The great Taoists conflict with each other. If there are too many people on a great Tao, the further you go, the more difficult it will be, and the probability of death is very high. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. This is the same as what the old turtle said. It's called attraction. Han Fei hurriedly said, I haven't embarked on this path yet. I just used the apocalyptic divine technique. The water immortal was surprised. You can use the apocalyptic divine technique without embarking on this path. Han Fei thought to himself, how should I make up this story? Could it be that I can deduce 5, 6, 7, 8 great Taos in a few minutes? Or can I use the great Tao as a combat skill? The water immortal, however, was only slightly surprised and then returned to normal. She glanced at Han Fei. Did you hide your strength? Why are you only an explorer? Han Fei said in surprise, You can even see that. The water immortal nodded. This is my world. Of course I can. Han Fei smiled bitterly. It's only been 4 years since I came back from the river of time. The water immortal nodded and then glanced around. Why has my world become a secret realm? Han Fei shrugged. Master, don't mind the details. Those insects, the Sky Clan, the human beings, and the tree demons are all on our side. The rest of the sea demons and blood demons are all enemies. Since you're awake, why don't you suck them dry? The water immortal glanced at Han Fei. Forget it. You do it. I'm only awake now, but my real body hasn't. Han Fei was stunned. Then who should I talk to now? My soul? The water immortal said. Although I know you've gathered a lot of spiritual energy, and vitality, I've become a king. Only when you reach this realm will you know how terrifying this realm is. So, your resources are not enough to wake up my real body. Han Fei glared at her. What about killing the hundreds of people outside? Han Fei's eyes widened. What if we kill the 800 people outside? Also, don't think about restoring my real body. Also, don't think about restoring my original body. Instead, you need to find my main body, release the 9-headed snake grass, and find a way to devour my main body. Ah. Stunned, Han Fei quickly said, No, master, wait a moment. You want me to swallow you? Aqua Deity curled her lips. What do you mean you'll swallow me? Take as much of my life force, strength, and soul as you can take. I've chosen the wrong path. Even if I don't fall into a deep slumber, I will definitely fall in the battle for the throne. If that's the case, I might as well recultivate. Recultivate, the water immortal said. Do you think I'm seeking death? Have you forgotten that I once told you? Demon plants are the living creatures with the longest lifespans. Sometimes withering was also rebirth. Although the process is painful, the final direction of the great Tao is bright. In his heart, the old turtle's voice said, Boy, do you really know this person? You actually crossed the river of time? How did you do it? However, Han Fei ignored the old turtle, who was still confused. He heard the old turtle say, This demon plant is really decisive. It gave up the great Tao so easily. Even its main body has to be regrown. Such courage is enough for it to become an emperor. Han Fei quickly came back to himself. Master, can't I take you out now? The sooner we get out, the sooner we can recultivate. The water immortal shook his head. No, it's not appropriate. If I leave, my main body will wither. By then the 9-headed snake grass and the others will all die. I still have to control this world. With the energy and vitality you provided this time, I can probably maintain this world in a conscious state for about 100 years. As long as you can find my main body within 100 years, it will be fine. Han Fei couldn't help but be confused. White lotus flower. Where can I find it? The water immortal's mind moved, and the last petal of the lotus leaf floated down. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a small petal the size of a palm. The water immortal said, When I died, there was a mark. However, I don't know where my main body is after 80,000 years. However, if it is within 10,000 kilometers of my lotus leaf, I should be able to sense it. Han Fei. Han Fei held the lotus petal and scanned it with his perception, only to be stunned. Han Fei said helplessly, "Master, aren't you expressing your position a little too casually? It's 5 million kilometers, isn't it?" The water immortal said non-committally, "You've become a king, so the range of your perception is naturally very large." Han Fei, Vertex, Chapter 1237. After she woke up, the water immortal explained her situation in a few words. At least, at the moment when she woke up, she didn't feel too regretful. In the end, someone survived in the innumerable mountains. Furthermore, he had lived for 100,000 years. Putting away the lotus petals, Han Fei asked, "Teacher, why are there only 1,000 mountains left in the 100,000 mountains?" The water immortal said, softly, "Don't call me teacher. I'm old. I slept for 80,000 years. But it doesn't mean I'm over 100,000 years old. I'm actually only 20,000 years old. Call me sister." Han Fei was confused. "You've slept for 80,000 years. Why are you still so naughty? You're 20,000 years old, and you want me to call you sister?" "I'm only in my 20s, the water immortal said. "The 100,000 mountains couldn't stop them. About 1,000 years after you left, the 100,000 mountains joined hands with the City of Justice to fight against the sea monsters again. But what?" The water immortal said, "You should know about the immortal palace, right?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes." The water immortal said, "Little Ling Lan found the thing you mentioned, the floating stone. However, the appearance of the floating stone intensified the war. The most direct manifestation was that the sea monsters went crazy. The Beast King tried to pass the King's tribulation to resist the sea monsters. At that time, me, the Heavenly Crystal, the Giant King, the Divine Sun, and little Linglan didn't dare to leave. Unfortunately, they still took advantage of the situation. The Giant King died on the spot. The Heavenly Crystal killed everyone, but was killed by a king." "A king?" Han Fei asked in surprise. "A king took action?" The water immortal nodded. "That's when we found out. There was a group of even stronger experts fighting outside. They were stronger, and the number of venerables they led was also greater. The Beast King passed the tribulation successfully. The Giant King and the Heavenly Crystal died on the spot. I was responsible for cleaning the sea area, so nothing happened. Little Linglan was seriously injured and was saved by a strong master. The Divine Sun stopped the king alone and went missing." Shocked, Han Fei quickly asked, "What happened next?" The water immortal looked at Han Fei deeply. "Later, although we found the floating stone, we didn't have enough. Because the Beast King became a king, the sea monsters sent king-level masters. The Beast King had no choice but to go east and take away the other king. He never came back. I'm the only one left to guard the 100,000 mountains." Han Fei took a deep breath. He didn't know this part of history at all. However, according to Water Fairy's description, the situation must have been very difficult. Han Fei's voice was slightly hoarse. "Where's Shiman Linglan?" Water Immortal sighed and said, "Little Linglan was ambushed by the sea monsters during a battle for the floating stone and died. When little Linglan died, I was also surrounded and heavily injured." Han Fei knew that this was the battle that destroyed the City of Justice. He could not help but frown. Where is the immortal palace? Han Fei couldn't help but wonder. According to the time dragon carp, his old body was born 100,000 years ago. That was when he had just arrived at U City. In other words, there were already immortal palaces at that time. However, there seemed to be something wrong with the immortal palace at that time, right? The scene of old Han wielding a knife and staining the bed with blood was still vivid in his mind. Could it be that after a few thousand years, the immortal palace had changed again? Also, did the 100,000 mountains belong to the Yin Yang Heaven or the Waterwood Heaven? After all, it should have been his mother's statue standing in the City of Yu. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Did the sea god take action in the Immortal Palace?" Water Immortal shook her head. No, no one has seen the sea god. At that time, we saw a strong master in the Immortal Palace, leading a group of venerable puppet corpses. Han Fei thought to himself, sure enough, as I expected. At that time, something had already happened to my mother. Han Fei pondered for a moment. So that's how it is. However, Water Immortal chuckled. Don't overestimate the Immortal Palace. More than 10,000 years later, about 20,000 years later, I had already become a king. During one of the expeditions, the 100,000 mountains and the City of Justice were beaten to the point where the earth veins were damaged and split apart. I forcibly accommodated 1,000 mountains, which was already my limit. It was also at that time that I was seriously injured and fell into a deep sleep. However, during my deep sleep, I woke up once. Han Fei suddenly raised his head. Huh. Water Immortal chuckled. Who gave you the spring of life? Han Fei widened his eyes and said, The Life Queen, the King, and the Master of the Water-Wood Sky. Water Immortal said with a faint smile, My disciple, your junior sister, is a peerless heavenly talent. When I was sleeping, she woke me up. Pooh! Han Fei almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt that his head was buzzing. *CK, I didn't do anything. I just crossed the river of time and found a master. But now I have a junior sister who is a king? No wonder the 9-headed snake grass called her Little Flower. He thought to himself, who is Little Flower? Now it seems that she must be the Life Queen. That's right. If it weren't for the Life Queen, Water Immortal wouldn't have been able to live until now. Gulp. Han Fei couldn't help but swallow. This relationship is too King outrageous. Should I King acknowledge this senior sister relationship? Or not? If I do, will I be slapped to death by the Life Queen? Han Fei couldn't help but ask. Well, can I acknowledge them as sisters? Water Immortal chuckled. It's up to you. Little Flower should be a good girl. No, is Little Flower her nickname? Water Immortal said yes. Her real name is Mu-Hua, a fig tree. Han Fei. Han Fei really wanted to ride on her coattails. He couldn't help but ask, Well, does my junior sister know me? Water Immortal said, She knows that she has a senior brother, but she doesn't know who he is. I didn't tell her your story. Back then, I asked her if humans were living in the sky now. She said that they live in trees. I thought to myself, maybe it's not your time yet, so I didn't tell her. Han Fei's lips twitched, and he scratched his head. They live in trees now, too. Huh. Water Immortal was stunned for a moment. Why do they still live in trees? Han Fei thought to himself, How can I explain it to you? He said, Well, it's complicated. I can only say that the lifestyles of different palaces are different. Water Immortal nodded, slightly, not particularly curious. They continued to chat for about half an hour when Water Immortal suddenly frowned. There are strong experts among the sea demons. Someone just killed the ice snake vine. Then the water deity looked at Han Fei. Enough chit-chat. Help me kill those sea demons. Also, do you want these materials that have already withered? Han Fei thought for a moment. Not for now. Now, except for weapons and materials above the sea-quelling bizarre treasure level, I don't lack anything else. Master, I'll go first. However, I won't kill all these sea demons. I need to let some of them out to cooperate with me. Han Fei turned back into the appearance of the Fish Dragon King, because he used the art of deception and the Beast King technique just now. He didn't use the art of evolution. Therefore, at this moment, he was still a sea demon in essence. Huh. Water Immortal said in surprise. Why do I feel that you are a sea demon? Han Fei grinned. I have a great technique that can completely transform into a sea demon or even a mermaid. Water Immortal certainly wouldn't doubt it. Otherwise, Han Fei wouldn't have given up such a huge amount of resources to save himself. Mu Wuhua wouldn't have given him so much spring of life. Water Immortal said, "Go. The sooner you find my real body, the better it will be for you. I don't know how my real body is now, but for you, it's definitely a huge opportunity. Besides, I, the original owner, will help you. It will be of great help to your growth." Han Fei grinned. "Got it." Then Han Fei patted one of the snake heads of the 9-headed snake grass. "I'm going to kill the rest of the sea demons first." Now that the Water Immortal was alive, Han Fei felt much better. When he first heard from the Heavenly Vine that Water Immortal was still alive, he was very nervous and excited. He thought in this world only demonic plants can live for 100,000 years without dying. Oh no, there are also turtles. Han Fei thought, apart from the ordinary turtles, most of the turtles I've encountered are extraordinary. For example, the rock-holding turtle carried the sea-quelling bizarre treasure and taught the gods scaring painting. For example, the old turtle on the Scattered Stars island carried the corpse of a king. For example, the old turtle, the primitive emperor, had become an emperor. How terrifying was that? At this moment, the old turtle said, "If what you said is true, then this is really a great opportunity for you. The demon plant focuses on the body. She has given up the body of the great Tao, which is undoubtedly a shocking treasure to you. Such a fortuitous encounter can be considered a top-notch fortuitous encounter in the vast, vast ocean." Han Fei smiled. "You still expect me to grow stronger after I get it?" The old turtle said lightly, "I've accepted it. A person like you will either fall or become a first-rate demon. I can help you grow. By then, I have my own means and you won't kill me." Han Fei grinned. "Then we'll see." Outside the Divine Child Peak, Han Fei stood proudly in the void, his perception sweeping around. After a while, his eyes focused on a mountain not far away. There was a blood demon fighting with a world-shaking bellflower, and the sound of the bell rumbled in all directions. Han Fei roared at the sky and secretly activated the soul-suppressing roar of beasts. His voice covered more than 3,000 kilometers. Han Fei roared, "How dare you ambush me, slaughter my subordinates, and ruin the lives of many people from the Baibei royal city? Today, I'll fight to the death with your blood, sea divine with city." Climax. Chapter 1238. Who is the Dragon King? Who is so shameless as to call himself the Dragon King? The birds and bugs in Shui Mutian began to buzz again. Of course, they had seen the Fish Dragon King, so they could probably guess who it was. Only Shu Xiaoman was shocked. "How long has it been? Those more than 1,000 people have already died?" Suddenly, Shu Xiaoman's body stiffened. This was incredible. She admitted that Han Fei was very powerful, but didn't Han Fei need energy to fight? Didn't he need spiritual energy? That was not more than 100 people, but 1,000 or even hundreds of people. As for why Shu Xiaoman thought it was Han Fei when the Fish Dragon King shouted, "What a joke!" Han Fei had been beside the Fish Dragon King and said hello to her. Now, Han Fei could kill more than 1,000 people. He had been with the Fish Dragon King for so long in disguise. How could the Fish Dragon King still be alive? Shu Xiaoman didn't believe it. She felt that, not to mention Han Fei's unpredictable speed and strength, the disguise technique that could even fool a venerable was enough to make her blood freeze. It was like you hang out with your friends all day long, but the friend you thought was a siren. How scary would that be? When the words, "I'm the Dragon King," appeared, Shu Xiaoman knew that this person was Han Fei. There was no doubt about it. The sea demons were all dumbfounded. They didn't know what had happened. Yu Hong and Shui Hongyan, who were familiar with the Fish Dragon King, had been killed by him. There was no one here who had come from King City. Even if these two people were not dead yet, what was the Fish Dragon King's character? Arrogant, conceited, and petty. Han Fei's performance of "I'm the Dragon King" was absolutely perfect. On the other hand, within the mountains, there was a person whose expression sank. He frowned as he listened to the words that were floating in the air. If Han Fei were here, he would be surprised. Isn't this Yu Kailing? Why hasn't she died yet? To Han Fei's surprise, Lan Shuer, who he thought had died long ago, was sitting cross-legged and recovering at this moment. And Yu Kailing's face was dark at this moment. The Fish Dragon King is still alive? So, is Yu Hanja dead or still alive? That's right, at the last moment, he made a move with the intention of saving the people and killing the traitor. In the end, he was confused by the strange melody, and at the last moment, he seemed to see Yu Hanja making a move. In the end, if he hadn't fought fiercely and released his spiritual beast, he would have died. Yu Kailing felt that the chances of Yu Hanja surviving were not high. At that time, he should have been in a similar situation as him. If he didn't have any special methods, he shouldn't have survived. He was the one who had discovered that person. He had invited him to join the patrol team and had been selected along with him. At first, Yu Kailing thought that the Fish Dragon King had also fallen. After all, that strange demonic sound was simply impossible to guard against. It was as if it could evoke the desire in one's heart, and one would unknowingly fall into an illusion. The sudden appearance of the Ichthyosaur King had informed the Thousand Mountain ancient realm in such a furious manner. It could be seen how furious he was, however. Yu Kailing did not intend to continue following the Ichthyosaur King. This person was arrogant, conceited, and indifferent. He was not worth following. On the sea demons' side, many people were stunned. When they came in, these sea demons actually knew 3 names. The Ichthyosaur King, Yu Hong, Shui Hong Yen. Among them, the Ichthyosaur King had the highest status. He was the heavenly talent of the royal city and the most distinguished person on this trip. At this moment, he was forced to such an extent by a group of blood demons. Immediately, a sea demon took a deep breath. Something big has happened. It seems that something big has happened. Someone sneered. What did I say before? That kind of extremely terrifying fortuitous encounter must not be fought for. Do you see it now? The strongest prodigy on our side is already enraged to such an extent. You can see how badly he has been tricked. Someone said, Then, should we go over and help him? These people were all speechless. Someone said, Is there something wrong with your brain? How could he be so angry? Take a guess. How many people have fallen? Think about it again. If the Ichthyosaur King could suffer such a loss, do you think those blood demons are easy to deal with? Everyone shook their heads. That person said, That's it. Anyway, I don't want to die. I'm here to seek opportunities. As for the blood demons, many people were dumbfounded. Wait, what's going on here? What kind of people did they kill? How many people did they kill? How could he be so crazy? Yang Rune, who was reclaiming a mountain, asked her companions, Has it been a day since we came in? Her companions said, I don't think so. Looking at the time, it has been almost 16 hours. Yang Ruiyun held 2 blades that looked like moons and looked in the direction of the Divine Child Peak. She said slowly, Something doesn't seem right. The spiritual chi and the light mist have been gone for a long time. Why are there so few people now? Why are there so few places where there are battles? Someone said, Maybe it's because the distance is too far. After all, we are walking on the edge, not the center at all. Yang Ruoyun shook her head. Something is wrong. It's too quiet. We don't even feel the void tremble. Also, one thing is very obvious. There's so many mountains in the Thousand Mountain ancient realm and countless demonic plants. If we don't deliberately hunt the special creatures that are still alive, it's actually not very dangerous. However, we've passed 7 mountains nearby, right? Apart from encountering 2 sea monsters and 3 insects, I didn't encounter anyone else. Yang Ruoyan said, Let's go. Everyone, follow me back and leave the Thousand Mountain ancient realm. Huh. Someone was confused and asked in surprise, Ruoyan, everything is going well for us. Why are we leaving? Yang Ruoyan said, You can have many opportunities, but you only have one life. I don't feel right. If you want to continue, I'll go back by myself. Ever since he became the Fish Dragon King, Han Fei felt refreshed. He scanned with his senses and found that there were 5 half-mermaid sea demons 800 kilometers away in a mine at the bottom of the sea. It seemed that they had just been through a battle. 2 of them were wounded and fled here. Inside the mine, a sea demon said solemnly, "Thank you for your warning, Master Dragon King. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Someone looked at the soil that was being turned over and said, "What should we do? We can't stay here for long. Otherwise, the undead creatures would come out from all directions. By then, we won't be able to escape." Someone shouted in a low voice, "We have to go back and run to the entrance." Who's there?" Suddenly, they all looked around and scanned with their senses. They were surprised at first, then pleasantly surprised. Someone said in surprise, "Master Dragon King, it seems that he's found us." Swish! Han Fei used the star teleportation technique. He wanted to use the closed distance technique, but he didn't know how to. It seemed that the closed distance technique was the Fish Dragon King's law enforcement ability. Of course, now, Han Fei certainly wouldn't ask the Fish Dragon King. Just for these small fries, it wasn't worth his time. More than 200 kilometers were covered in the blink of an eye. Han Fei stood in the mine, looked at them, and suddenly roared, "Son of a B***, everyone!" Han Fei suddenly roared, which stunned the 5 of them. Were they ambushed again? By the time the 5 people realized that they were in a life-and-death crisis, it was already too late. In the end, the void lines tightened around them, and they found that they could no longer move. In the next moment, Han Fei said, "You've committed the most heinous crimes. The battle ahead is fierce and you're running away? You're a disgrace to the sea demons. Today, I'll grant you a glorious return." Pooh, pooh, pooh. After killing these people, Han Fei flashed out of the mine and said casually to the void, "Teacher, you can keep the resources for yourself if there are any. I'll have plenty of opportunities when I get out." In the void, a voice responded, "Call me sister." Han Fei's strategy was actually very simple. When he came here, he went straight to the Divine Child Peak after learning from the Heavenly Vine that the Water Fairy was still alive. At this moment, the Water Fairy also saw him, and a lot of his questions were answered. He wanted to give all the resources in the 1,000-mountain ancient realm to the Water Fairy. So, Han Fei went straight to the exit without hesitation. At the same time, he said, "Teacher, can you control the undead creatures? Force them to the entrance." The Water Fairy nodded. "Yes." Then Han Fei roared at the sky. "Everyone from the Baibei Royal City, gather at the exit. Today, I'm going to block the road and kill everyone. Those who don't come will be killed." At the same time, many sea demons and blood demons who were fighting with the Water Fairy all stopped fighting, mainly because the human beings stopped fighting. Shu Xiaoman roared, "Let's go. We can't lose the entrance. If the entrance closes, we'll be trapped here." A large bird flew beside Shu Xiaoman. "Shouldn't we sit back and reap the benefits?" A human being soared into the sky and shot an arrow at a half-mermaid. "Yes, Xiaoman, if they want to fight, let them fight. Isn't that a good idea?" Shu Xiaoman shook her head. "No, I have my own plans." A centipede crawled in the air very fast and reached them in the blink of an eye. "Let's go. Anyway, the mountain behind has been occupied by Han Fei. As for the rest of the sea demons and blood demons, their number is about the same as ours, right?" "Oh, insect tide?" Suddenly, a bug shrieked, and everybody looked at it, because in his perception, there was an overwhelming black mass of undying bug race. He had no idea where they came from. "In any case, they just appeared," a bug exclaimed. "Wow, the real danger of the 1,000-mountain ancient realm is the insect tide." Chirp, chirp. Not only the insect tide, but countless undead birds also flew across the sky, blocking the sun. Shu Xiaoman was lost for words. What did Han Fei do this time? Top. Chapter 1239. Not long after Yang Ruoyun and the others ran out. While they were still on their way, they could see countless undead creatures on the surface of the sea, on the mountains, and in the sky besieging them. Although the water fairy had just woken up, this was her world. Although he could descend with his will and directly kill all the sea demons here. However, this kind of consumption was meaningless in the water fairy's eyes. Besides, if she really did that, it might ruin Han Fei's plan. Seeing that Han Fei was still acting, the water fairy couldn't help but sneer. So this kid is quite naughty. On a certain mountain, a red-robed blood demon was fighting with a red flame reed. Suddenly, a large number of rotten red flame reeds popped up from the land all over the mountain. Chilla! Flames were burning. That wasn't enough. Tens of thousands of undead insects surged up. The man tried to fly away, but a flame fell from the sky. The red flame, reed, seemed very excited. This whip caused the void to explode. Then its vines coiled around that person like snakes. Together with the thousands of insect race beings, it dragged him into the pile of insects. The man summoned his associated spirit, the old turtle. However, as soon as the turtle came out, it was bitten dozens of times by a bunch of undead insects. Its head and limbs were all locked up. After crushing more than 200 insects, it was pinned down by a large area of red flame reeds. Then it was bitten to death. It wasn't until this moment that the people who entered the 1,000-mountain ancient realm realized how terrifying this world was. Those who were sent to the 1,000 Mountains ancient realm could be considered geniuses, so they had the confidence to be proud. However, when the number of ordinary undead creatures reached a certain level, their so-called confidence couldn't withstand a single blow. Han Fei was extremely fast. Even when he clearly sensed that there were sea demons and blood demons nearby, he didn't deliberately stop. In his opinion, a lot of people from the Bai Bei Royal City and the Blood Sea Divine Wood City had died this time. At the entrance, he could only kill a few dozen at most in the state of the Fish Dragon King. After all, there were still heavenly talents. However, this was enough. If most of the people from White Bell's Royal City and Blood Sea Divine Wood City were dead, leaving only the people from Shuemu Heaven alive, it would definitely arouse the suspicion of the two royal cities. When Han Fei was only 10,000 kilometers away from the entrance, Yang Ruoyun and the others happened to appear in his perception. There were only 6 of them. Han Fei was delighted. The enemy was very fast. Han Fei hardly wasted any time on the way. However, Yang Ruoyun and the others had run ahead of him. They must have discovered that something was amiss. Han Fei smiled. Interesting. Let's kill a few of them first. Han Fei had mixed feelings about Yang Ruoyun. When he was in the level 3 fishery, this woman taught him a lot. But as for a blood feud, it wasn't to that extent. After all, this woman was no match for him back then. She was just a little more scheming. Now, Han Fei was looking forward to it. How much has this woman grown? She didn't know why, but ever since she entered the 1,000 Mountains ancient realm, she had felt that something was amiss. At this moment, she had been spreading out her perception. She was mainly worried that some people would hunt near the entrance instead of hunting for treasures themselves. Although the first day hadn't passed yet, and there shouldn't be many such people, there shouldn't be none. Suddenly, in her perception, she saw a figure carrying a red spear, flying over at a terrifying speed. The Fish Dragon King, whether it was in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City or the White Bell's Royal City. Those who could be on the heavenly talent list were never simple. Since the Fish Dragon King was ranked 10th on the Sea Spirit heavenly talent list of the White Bell's Royal City, he must have something extraordinary. For Yang Ruoyun and the others, this was the most basic information, and they would definitely know it. Not only Yang Ruoyun, but almost everyone had discovered Han Fei. This surprised Han Fei. From the moment he was discovered, he must have been more than 400 kilometers away, right? This meant that the blood demon represented by Yang Royun and the others had a strong soul, even stronger than that of ordinary heavenly talents. The transformation of the soul strength was actually in the tribulation. The reason why Han Fei's soul strength didn't seem to increase much during the tribulation was that Han Fei's soul strength was too high before. So the improvement of the soul strength after the tribulation didn't seem to be very exaggerated. Han Fei didn't have time to memorize the God-scaring painting. Otherwise, the strength of his soul would definitely be improved again. The moment Han Fei appeared, someone exclaimed, "It's the fish dragon king!" Yang Royun shouted in a low voice, "The form of a millennium snapper!" BAM, BAM, BAM. As soon as Han Fei appeared, he saw Yang Royun and the others all turned into millennium snappers, and their speed doubled in an instant. Squeak! When Yang Royun and the others in their fish form swam, the strange melody they produced seemed to be able to cause their blood vessels to expand. There seemed to be a strange mist in front of him. Illusion. Han Fei smiled disdainfully. If it wasn't a top-level illusion technique, how could they confuse him with the strength of a peak-level sea spirit? This was basically impossible. Moreover, his cultivation level was higher than theirs. Swish! Not only was Han Fei not confused, but his speed even increased by 30%. Yang Royun said to him, "Prepare for battle. Directly enter the battle state." Squeak! The 6 big fish cried out at the same time, and then all kinds of companion spirits rushed out. A big dark green cuttlefish sprayed black ink directly at the place where Han Fei was. One of them shouted, "Don't fight. Go away. In my black domain space he will fall into an absolutely unconscious state." However, at the moment when they were about to escape, they suddenly heard a sneer. "Ha ha ha, what do you think I am? You want to trap me with a mere cuttlefish ink sac? How dare you? Hum!" Han Fei held the red spear in his hand and swung the Monkey King 3,000 strikes. Bam! 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 If I want to disguise myself, I'll make it look real. I can still fight even if I don't use the void lines for now. In just an instant, the Millennium Snapper's bones were smashed into pieces, and the airwaves blasted dozens of kilometers away. Han Fei didn't stop. Seeing that the others were still sprinting and didn't have the time to quickly defend, he stabbed the instant mystic spear. Kacha! Puff! Another person, together with her snail companion spirit, was directly stabbed and exploded. The Fish Dragon King was good at using the closed distance technique, dragon roar, and spear like a dragon. Han Fei could do that too. He was just trying to look cool. Although he didn't have the Dragon King's bloodline, he could imitate all kinds of creatures with the water vein technique. Yang Royun and the others were shocked. What kind of F** King combat power is this? In the blink of an eye, 2 peak-level sea spirits died without even a chance to resist. The remaining people were shocked. Is this the 10th on the heavenly talent list of the Bai Bei Royal City? There was a similar list in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. But different from the Bai Bei Royal City, the Blood Sea Divine Wood City didn't distinguish between the frontline battlefield and the Royal City. As long as one was a Millennium Snapper, one could live in the Royal City every day. In the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, there were also heavenly talents of the same level, but they weren't as violent as Han Fei. In fact, none of them, including Yang Royun, had actually fought with the top 10 heavenly talents. So they didn't know how strong Han Fei was at this level. At this critical moment, Yang Royun suddenly shouted, "Blood poison curse technique!" As soon as Han Fei stepped out, weird runes burst out from the 4 of them. Han Fei was about to take action, but he suddenly stopped. Huh, something's wrong. There seems to be something wrong with Yang Royun's spell. Han Fei wasn't afraid of these so-called spells. If they could complete the challenge of a big realm with spells alone, the Blood Sea Divine Wood City would have already unified the water with heaven. The Bai Bei Royal City wouldn't be a problem at all. However, the spell was activated, and a large number of red, twisted runes tried to wrap him up. The moment this spell appeared, Han Fei seemed to understand something. This was a kind of spiritual pollution that was trying to integrate into his flesh and blood. However, a faint golden light emerged from Han Fei's body. Clatter, clatter, clatter sounded frequently, but none of the twisted runes could really melt into Han Fei's body. And this was not what Han Fei had expected. What surprised him was that Yang Ruiyun ran away with a string of spells while he was wrapped in runes. She ran away just like that? Han Fei was a little stunned. You have 3 companions here. We agreed to fight the enemy together, but you used them as cannon fodder? Han Fei suddenly grinned. Yang Ruiyun. She is still the same Yang Ruiyun, resolute, calm, and similarly scheming. Not only was Han Fei surprised, but the 3 Millennium Snappers in front of Han Fei were also stunned. Didn't they agree to attack together? Someone was anxious. Sister Ruiyun, why did she run away by herself? Someone cursed. Damn it, she did it on purpose. Let's fight. The 3 of them felt that they might not be able to escape. When they were about to fight, they suddenly heard Han Fei say, I hate this kind of guy who abandons his teammates the most. Huh, I won't kill you. After that, the space in front of Han Fei twisted. Then, Han Fei disappeared from the 3's somewhat confused vision. At the top, Chapter 1240. For Han Fei, it didn't matter whether he killed these 3 people or not. Anyway, he didn't really hate these blood demons. Besides, the Blood Sea Divinewood City didn't seem to be keen on fighting and seemed to be uninterested in the Shuemu Heaven. The reason why he had to deal with these blood demons was that he wanted to deepen the gap between the 2 cities. Besides, so many people had died in the Bai Bei Royal City. There had to be a reason. Otherwise, if they were to go out and say who killed him, the Shuemu Heaven, not many people died in the Shuemu Heaven. Yang Ruiyun used a forbidden technique, so her strength naturally couldn't reach the top 10 of the heavenly talent list. It was even a little difficult for her to enter the top 100, but it didn't mean that she was weak. At least she ran very fast. Swish! Just when Yang Ruiyun thought that her 3 companions could at least stall Han Fei for more than 10 seconds, she heard an arrogant laugh in her ears after just 3 seconds. Your behavior of abandoning your companions really astonishes me. Don't you feel even the slightest bit of guilt? Swish! Yang Ruiyun knew that the Fish Dragon King was using the law proximity technique. So, she slashed the scimitar at the void behind her. As the space trembled slightly, a bang sound rang out, and the weapon exploded. Hiss! The next second, Han Fei seemed to take a deep breath. Humph! You are just guessing blindly. Do you think I will step into the place where you attack and let you blow me up? Han Fei's figure appeared 200 kilometers away and then began to accelerate. Han Fei said casually, To deal with mediocre people like you, I don't need to be so close. In terms of speed, you are no match for me. Yang Ruiyun gritted her teeth. Why does this guy hate me so much? You said that I am mediocre, so why did you come to chase me? She saw Han Fei's figure approaching rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was 70 or 80 kilometers away. In the blink of an eye, the 2 were only 50 or 60 kilometers away. Yang Ruiyun was stunned. What the hell is this speed? The Blood Sea Divinewood City is not without heavenly talents. Which one of them can be so fast? Is this the number 10 in the Bai Bei Kingdom? In the blink of an eye, they were less than 6,000 li away from the exit. However, Han Fei was already in front of him. With Han Fei's terrifying speed, it was almost impossible for her to reach the exit in time. Yang Ruiyun said, Do you want to know the secret of the 1,000 Mountains ancient realm? I know, I'll trade with you. Han Fei almost laughed out loud. Here you go again. Seeing that you can't escape, you're trying to bluff me again? Han Fei shook his head. Humph! I, the Dragon King, am a king. Why would I care about a mere mystic realm? Are you worried that this Dragon King will kill you? Yang Ruiyun cursed in her heart. How arrogant is this person? Impenetrable? Not even interested in such a secret? Han Fei waved his spear, and Yang Ruoyun's abdomen was pierced with a puff. In the face of absolute power, she could not resist at all. Puffed, blood spurted out. Yang Ruoyun thought that Han Fei didn't hold back, and this blow had seriously injured her. At this moment, she didn't dare to hold back anymore. Squeak! An ear-piercing cry burst out. The waves surged, and a bamboo bottle was released. Thousands of ferocious hero souls whizzed at him. The old turtle said, "Evil technique. This little girl is secretly practicing the soul-devouring evil technique. However, these possession hero souls can't hurt you at all." Han Fei sneered, and the void lines bloomed in an instant. No matter what kind of soul it was, it usually wouldn't end well when faced with the divine manipulation technique. And the red spear in Han Fei's hand was suddenly wrapped in a layer of blue light. Chi! The spear was launched, and the blue light was dazzling. Dozens of those ferocious hero souls were pierced by the spear. Han Fei slightly grinned. More than half of the patterns of the God-scaring painting had appeared. It was a picture of a long spear in the air. What was engraved on it was the power of a spear. However, at this moment, the God-scaring painting hadn't been fully unfolded, so Han Fei couldn't see its full strength. However, the God-scaring painting was a soul visualization painting. If there was an attack on this visualization painting, it must also be a soul attack technique. Han Fei was very satisfied that dozens of hero souls were killed with one shot. The old turtle said, "Since you have a soul attack technique, why haven't I seen you use it before?" Han Fei shrugged. "This is already my strongest state." The old turtle knew that Han Fei hadn't practiced it well enough. He said, "No wonder. However, since you have the Heaven Awakening Divine technique, haven't you learned the purification technique of a spirit gatherer?" Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Purification technique? The old turtle said, "It's a kind of extremely powerful method to purify evil spirits, just like your Heaven Awakening Divine technique. If you don't care about your lifespan, you can also purify these hero souls in an instant." Han Fei roared backhandedly, and the dragon's roar shook the sea. The soul-suppressing roar of 100 beasts was not as simple as a collective roar. When he was learning, Han Fei learned it from the alien beasts one by one, and he had heard of the dragon's roar. At this moment, in the dragon's roar, Yang Ruoyun saw hundreds of hero soul phantoms explode one after another. Han Fei walked forward with his spear, and wherever the spear went, the hero souls would explode. Han Fei said disdainfully, "What else do you have? Use them all and let this Dragon King take a look. Otherwise, do you want to live? There is only one way." Yang Ruoyun gritted her teeth. Some trump cards should not be used unless it was the last resort. If Han Fei didn't say the latter sentence, she would definitely use them, although she felt that even if she used them, she might not be able to live. It was better than waiting for death. However, to her surprise, she was actually of value in Han Fei's eyes. This surprised her a little. Yang Ruoyun's view of human nature was that as long as you were valuable, you were worth being used. As long as you had bargaining chips, you could negotiate. Immediately, Yang Ruoyun secretly played her trump card and said while retreating, "What is it? There is no conflict between us. Now you are stronger than me. Just tell me." Han Fei said proudly, "You're smart. The solution is very simple. If you want to live, someone has to die. I can see that you are quite powerful. You won't suffer a loss if I exchange 100 blood demons for your life, right?" Yang Ruoyun suddenly turned her head and stared at him. "You want me to betray my clansmen?" Han Fei said with a faint smile, "Haven't you already sold them?" Yang Ruoyun's face darkened. It was not that she couldn't do this, but she was afraid that she couldn't do it well. She said, "Can you guarantee that no one can escape?" Han Fei snorted coldly. Are you questioning my strength? Who do you think I am? A few mere blood demons. Want to escape from this Dragon King? I respect you. Don't be so shameless. Han Fei's words were full of irritation. This Dragon King. It seemed that he would kill Yang Ruoyun at any time. Yang Ruoyun's heart tightened. If it was a reasonable and sophisticated person, it would be great. But the Fish Dragon King's character. How could she negotiate with him? She immediately said, "Okay, it's a deal. What do you want me to do?" Han Fei squinted at her. "Do you need me to teach you what to do?" "Of course. You can tempt them to come over. In addition, if you can call the strongest heavenly talents of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City this time, you can make up for 100 of them." Yang Ruoyun's brain was working fast. She felt that Han Fei simply didn't care about her life. What he really wanted was probably not her, but the leader of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City this time. Okay. Yang Ruoyun agreed, decisively. She knew very well that her own life was the most important thing. So, there was no need to hesitate. Yang Ruoyun was wrapped in a red cocoon and turned into a Millennium Snapper, squeaking and drifting far away. Han Fei thought to himself. The old turtle couldn't help but say, "Aren't you blocking the entrance? Why don't you just kill this woman? Why do you have to spend so much effort?" Han Fei grinned. "Obliterate them? No, it's better to kill her than to kill her. And she is still useful." After about half an hour, the first group of people rushed to the entrance. But those were half mermaids and half mermaids. They didn't come because they heard the Millennium Snapper song. In the ocean, the strong had a general understanding. Curiosity shouldn't be too strong. This was especially true for a voice that was obviously seductive. Many people would even stay away from it if they heard it. After all, submarine creatures also had the nature to avoid natural enemies. Half an hour later, Han Fei said coldly, "I'll give you another half an hour. If no one comes, prepare to die." Yang Ruoyun gritted her teeth, and suddenly her eyes lit up. There is a response. Someone is coming. Han Fei asked, "Who?" Yang Ruoyun replied, "One of the leaders this time, Chu Feng." Han Fei froze for a moment. "Is there a crouching dragon?" Yang Ruoyun. The first batch to arrive wasn't Chu Feng. She had merely responded to him. Therefore, the first batch that Han Fei welcomed were 5 ordinary blood demons. The 5 Millennium Snappers all turned into human forms. Someone frowned, looked at Yang Ruoyun and asked, "What happened?" Even an emergency summon was issued. However, Yang Ruoyun just glanced at them and suddenly retreated. Seeing Yang Ruoyun's reaction, those people immediately had a bad feeling. When they were about to retreat, they saw a flash of cold light. Pucci! Han Fei was good at water control. If he really wanted to hide himself, these people couldn't find him at all. As soon as they met, Han Fei killed them with his spear. Without giving them a chance to react, he launched his unpredictable speed. Puff, puff, puff. 3 tearing sounds rang out, and 3 people fell in succession. The last person's companion spirit was a jellyfish. Although it was pierced, it didn't die. Squeak! Screams rippled out, and the person screamed, "Yang Ruoyun, traitor! Pucci!" Before Han Fei took action, 2 moon scimitars with a weird, dark green aura directly pierced the jellyfish. After this person died, Yang Ruoyun looked back at Han Fei. "I was just trying to protect myself." Humph! Han Fei arrogantly grabbed a few swallowing seashells and looked at her coldly. But in his heart he was gloating. At this point, you still want to protect your image? Haha, if I tell you that I didn't kill the 3 people just now, I wonder what you will think. The best. Chapter 1241. From the first time Han Fei attacked, Yang Ruoyun had clearly realized that she was no match for the Fish Dragon King. At this moment, when she saw Han Fei kill 4 people in an instant, a fiery hope rose in her heart. In fact, what did the death of these blood demons have to do with her? Did a strong master need companions? For example, Did the Fish Dragon King need companions at this moment? No, as long as he was strong enough, it would be enough. The main reason was that Millennium Snappers, as a special species, grew differently from normal human beings. The fastest way for them to grow was to suck blood and eat souls. This was why they were called blood demons. At this moment, Han Fei killed 4 people in one blow. Their blood and souls were still there, so Han Fei didn't care. But Yang Ruyan did. Although this was a hunting feast started by Han Fei, it was also an opportunity for her. Yang Ruyan glanced at Han Fei. Since I'm still useful, it shouldn't be a problem for me to swallow these blood demons, right? Han Fei saw that Yang Ruyan turned into a Millennium Snapper again, but at this time she was sucking the blood of the people who had just died. Seeing this scene, Han Fei couldn't help but frown, wondering to himself, do they have to be so unlogged off? She even eats the blood and souls of her companions? The old turtle said, "Oh, no wonder this little girl's foundation wasn't big, but her realm wasn't weak. It turns out that this is how she eats. It seems that there is a strong evil master in this race." Han Fei said disdainfully, "Old Yuan, you are the emperor of the demonic path. How dare you laugh at an evil master?" The old turtle roared, "What do you know? How do you become a demon? You seem to be moody and domineering, but in fact you are not. I'm more reasonable than the devil path. Compared with this kind of evil master, I am tens of millions of times better." Han Fei sneered, "Keep bragging. Do you think I won't know it in the future?" The old tortoise then changed the topic and said, "I'm telling you the truth. If this kind of blood-sucking and soul-eating only happens to a few creatures, it doesn't matter. However, if all the clans are like this, then the so-called Blood Sea Sacredwood City that you speak of might have an expert who cultivates evil techniques." Han Fei couldn't help but think of something. For some reason, after hearing what the old turtle said, he also felt that this matter seemed a bit strange. If a tribe grew up like this, they should be even more aggressive than the Bai Bei royal city. After all, if you want to suck blood and eat souls, you have to suck something too, right? Hiss! Han Fei couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Are you saying that they have been cultivating talents by raising poisonous insects?" The old turtle grunted and said, "That's about right. It's similar to the Zerg's explosive soldiers." Han Fei said, "However, unlike the insect clan, the blood demons may be transformed from various creatures. These creatures wouldn't forget their memories after becoming Millennium Snappers. In this aspect, it was much stronger than the insect race beings that the insect queen had produced. In the end, the experts of the same realm that were born were even more powerful. At the very least, before reaching the sea spirit realm, the insect race doesn't have much of a competitive edge." The old turtle said, "That's right. Spiritual intelligence was something that came from nothing and something that was directly injected into something. These were 2 completely different concepts. Should I kill this little girl?" Han Fei's eyes flickered. "No, I have an interesting plan. 1 batch, 2 batches, 3 batches. In the next hour, Han Fei killed 9 batches of blood demons in a row. Coincidentally, a batch of half-mermaids came during this period. There were only 3 of them. However, as soon as the 3 of them arrived, they were directly killed by Han Fei. They didn't even talk to each other. Yang Ruyan was surprised. "You also kill your own kind?" Han Fei grinned hideously. "Who dares to claim to be of the same kind as me? I have the bloodline of the Dragon King. How can these half-mermaids compare to me?" "Yang Ruoyun," Han Fei didn't explain. However, Yang Ruoyun had a guess in her heart. Perhaps it was because she was here, and Han Fei was afraid that others would know that he was cooperating with her. In this way, his status in the Bai Bei royal city would also be affected. Suddenly, Han Fei said fiercely, "Why hasn't Chu Feng come yet? Are you lying to me?" Yang Ruoyun hurriedly said, "Chu Feng is a leader after all. Her mission this time is definitely different from mine. Besides, aren't there always blood demons coming?" He had fought with Yang Ruoyun more than once or twice. Han Fei could tell that Yang Ruoyun was lying without thinking. The reason why she called people over was that she wanted to suck the blood and souls of her own kind. Han Fei roared, "This is only 9 batches and there are only about 40 people in total. I can tell that you don't work hard. I'll give you another half an hour. If Chu Feng still doesn't come, I'll directly kill you." Yang Ruoyun's face turned cold, and she thought to herself, "How much does Han Fei hate me?" She wanted to call Chu Feng over, but she was afraid that Han Fei couldn't catch Chu Feng. In that case, she would be screwed. Besides, Yang Ruoyun was also puzzled. It was not that she couldn't call people over, but that Han Fei's words outside the Divine Child Peak attracted a lot of attention. Many people were also sending signals to the nearby blood demons, intending to go with them. As a result, although she tried her best to call people over, not many came over, because there were also other people calling. However, Han Fei was simply unreasonable. He only spoke according to time and didn't listen to other explanations at all. This made things very difficult for her. On the other side, different from Yang Ruoyun's experience, the 3 blood demons who had just been released by Han Fei didn't dare to chase Han Fei. Instead, they turned back to look for the main team. At this moment, the 3 of them bumped into a team of nearly 50 people. Chu Feng was leading a large group of people to the entrance, mainly because Han Fei's words had scared many people. The blood demons thought that their strong masters had done something wrong. For a moment, the scattered blood demons gradually gathered in the middle of all kinds of creaks and incantations. Chu Feng glanced at the 3 of them. Seeing that they looked flustered, she immediately shouted, "What happened?" One of them said angrily, "Master Chu Feng, we encountered the Fish Dragon King." "Huh, you're still alive?" The man said, "It's mainly because we were betrayed by Yang Ruoyun." After a while, when a large group of Millennium Snappers heard the explanation of the 3 people, they all had different reactions. Someone sneered. "I knew they were not reliable. After all, Yang Ruoyun's group is not the original creatures of the Blood Sea area." Someone shouted in a low voice, "The Fish Dragon King is too arrogant. We can't let him do whatever he wants. Otherwise, people will think that there is no one in the Blood Sea Divinewood City." Chu Feng flicked her tail, and the waves slapped. "Don't be noisy. Yang Ruoyun can keep this matter in mind. Maybe she has already been killed by the Fish Dragon King. Let's go to the front to gather first. Isn't someone summoning us ahead?" Han Fei didn't expect that there would be more than 50 people coming for the 10th time. This was more than the previous 9 waves combined. Han Fei couldn't help but grin. That's good. Yang Ruoyun had already eaten a lot. It was time to show off her identity as the Fish Dragon King. After a moment, squeak! Yang Ruoyun continued to call out. She only needed to repeat the summon over and over again, and that would be enough. She didn't know that when they were nearly 500 kilometers away, Han Fei found that the leader of the blood demons had already discovered Yang Ruoyun. However, the leader didn't make any response. When Chu Feng sensed Yang Ruoyun, she had already shouted, "Attention! Yang Ruoyun may have defected to the enemy. She is summoning us on purpose. We may be about to be ambushed, or have already been ambushed." Hiss! Ambushed? Why don't I feel anything at all? She's summoning just ahead? If this is a trap, then isn't the one summoning a traitor? Chu Feng was not a fool. When she saw that Yang Ruoyun was summoning them for no reason, she knew that Yang Ruoyun might have defected. However, she scanned the area several times with her perception, but still found nothing. Chu Feng was sure that there were no enemies around Yang Ruoyun. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to hide everything from her. If the Shuemu Heavens or the Bai Bei Royal City were really so powerful that they could easily hide their scent and traces from her, this expedition would have been doomed. Seeing that there were no demonic plants in the place where Yang Ruoyun was, Chu Feng guessed that there could only be 2 kinds of people ambushing them. One was the top experts of the Bai Bei Royal City. As far as she knew, they were the Fish Dragon King, Yu Hong and Shui Hongyan. What she was most worried about was not the Bai Bei royal city, but the human beings. The other was the spirit gatherers among the human beings, who could draw complicated arrays. Different from the inheritance arrays of the sea creatures, there were many kinds of arrays of human beings. If they were ambushed in large numbers, it meant that the other party must be human beings. Chu Feng waved her hand and said, "Everyone stop." Then Chu Feng pointed at the 3 people who had just joined the team and then casually pointed at 2 others. "The 5 of you go to the front. If you see Yang Ruiyun, kill her on the spot." First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1242. When Han Fei saw the 3 people he let go just now, he chuckled. It seemed that this impromptu show was almost over. 10 minutes later, when the 3 people she had just abandoned appeared in Yang Ruiyun's perception, she was stunned. She immediately exclaimed, "You didn't kill them?" However, there was no one here to answer her. As early as when Chu Feng sent these people here, Han Fei had lurked and attacked Chu Feng's side. As for Yang Ruiyun, the show had just begun, so she was completely ignored by Han Fei. The old turtle said, "Huh? Why did you deliberately force this little girl into the position of a traitor? Did you know her before?" Han Fei smiled. "Yes, we are old friends. She has no bottom line. She won't die." Sure enough, when the 3 people saw Yang Ruiyun, they immediately screamed, "Yang Ruiyun, you deserter! I'm going to kill you! Yang Ruiyun, we trusted you so much in the past. Who would have thought that in the face of death, this is how you treat us?" Someone reminded, "Be careful. Don't be ambushed." When Yang Ruiyun first saw the 3 people, she had a bad feeling. With the Fish Dragon King's ability, it should be easy for it to kill the 3 of them. But why didn't the Fish Dragon King kill them? Since the Fish Dragon King didn't kill them, didn't it deliberately let the 3 people spread her bad behavior? But what good could the Fish Dragon King do by doing this? Yang Ruiyun couldn't figure it out. She and the Fish Dragon King had nothing to do with each other. Why did the Fish Dragon King make fun of her? Yang Ruiyun was still talking to the people around her via voice transmission. "We have no grudge against each other. Since we want to cooperate, what do these 3 people want?" Unfortunately, there was still no response. At that moment, Yang Ruiyun's pupils constricted. The Fish Dragon King left? Why? For the first time, Yang Ruiyun felt that her IQ was not enough. At this time, the Fish Dragon King left. Did he just want to mess with her? Unfortunately, reality didn't allow her to think too much. There were only 5 people on the other side. If she killed all of them, no one would know that she had betrayed her teammates. Yang Ruiyun said, "Shao Jing, Kuei, listen to me." Yang Ruiyun did not run away. Instead, with a sincere look, she swam closer to the 5 people. She said, "You're all wrong about me. I escaped because I knew that the Fish Dragon King's target was me. So, as long as I ran fast enough, he wouldn't have time to bother you." Cough! Han Fei, who was already 500 kilometers away, chuckled when he heard this. Sure enough, she could make up anything. "You? And you're the Ichthyosaur King's target? Do I think your face is big?" When those words fell into the ears of the blood demons, it was a different story. When these words fell in the ears of the blood dragon, were the blood, someone shouted, "If you have a go, I will." However, Yang Ruiyun did not make any moves. Instead, she said with a serious expression, "I know that no matter what I say, none of you will believe me. How about this? I'll show you." As she spoke, Yang Ruiyun threw a swallowing seashell at them and said, "You'll know why the Fish Dragon King came to me after seeing what's inside, right?" Seeing this scene, Han Fei grinned. It was a familiar routine. What was the difference between this and the treasure map that Yang Ruiyun had given him in the past? However, the treasure map was replaced by a swallowing seashell. A blood demon simply grabbed the swallowing seashell and thought to himself, "Yang Ruiyun is so straightforward. Is there really a secret?" However, When she scanned the area with her perception, her expression changed drastically. Bang! Before they realized what was going on, their sea-swallowing seashells exploded. A few rays of red light suddenly blossomed. Like 5 red arrows, they instantly pierced through the bodies of the 5 people. Puff, puff, puff! 500 kilometers away, Chu Feng, who was observing from afar, shouted, "Bastard!" Han Fei was not surprised by this. Anything could go wrong with what Yang Ruiyan had given him. It seemed that not all the blood demons were cunning. It was rare to see someone like Yang Ruiyan. Of the people pierced through by Yang Ruiyan, the 3 closest to her were directly pierced through and their souls shattered. As for the other 2, one of them tried to escape, but he was caught by a red string. At the last moment, the man screamed, "It's the soul-attracting branch! Yang Ruiyan has a soul-attracting branch." The last person, because he was the furthest away and ran the fastest, fled in an instant, stained with blood. Of course, Yang Ruiyan wouldn't let this person go. "I've already used my trump card. How can I let you go?" Chu Feng shouted. "Everyone, kill Yang Ruoyun." He, however, just as Chu Feng shouted, a sinister laugh rang out beside her ear. Swish! Suddenly, a spear light pierced through the air, ignoring time, as if penetrating space, and stabbed directly at Chu Feng. This was no longer something that could be described as fast or not. As soon as Han Fei's laughter sounded, Chu Feng's face had already changed, and a fiery red gauze flew out from her body like a red formation, and her body had moved hundreds of meters horizontally. Even so, with a puff, one of Chu Feng's arms was pierced by the spear. Chu Feng's expression changed drastically. "It's the Fish Dragon King." Hum, hum, squeak. One companion spirit after another appeared. Someone turned into a human form and whipped Han Fei with a long whip. Someone tried to confuse Han Fei in the form of a Millennium Snapper. Han Fei stepped into the crowd of blood demons, pointed his spear, grabbed a spear with one hand, and crushed it with one hand. Han Fei shouted coldly, "You're just a bunch of blood demons. How dare you attack me?" Dumb, dumb, dumb. Han Fei quickly moved sideways and smashed the Monkey King's 3,000 strikes. The dozen or so blood demons that attacked him were smashed into a mist of blood almost in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat. Is this Fish Dragon King so strong? His physique, speed, and strength seemed to be better than mine. But the Fish Dragon King is only ranked 10th on the heavenly talent list of the Bai Bei Royal City? Then how strong are the 9 people in front of him? Chu Feng shouted, "Everyone don't fight. Run." Looking at the Millennium Snappers that were fleeing, Han Fei sneered. "You want to run? That depends on whether I'm willing to." Huh. The dragon roared, and the sharp spear light traversed the sea. Puff! Puff! It was not the instant mystic spear, but the spear light in the god's scaring painting. Although it could not be used to its full potential, once the spear was unleashed, it would be able to destroy the souls of these blood demons. It could even ignore physical defense and directly bombard souls. Run. Not good. This man is too fierce. We can't defeat him. My illusion doesn't work on him. No, I can't forcibly affect his chi and blood. For a moment, there were exclamations, and some people fled in a hurry. Chu Feng shouted, "Fish Dragon King, is there any misunderstanding between the Blood Sea Divinewood City and the Bai Bei Royal City?" Han Fei roared, "Misunderstanding? How dare you ambush this Dragon King? You actually killed this Dragon King's personal guards, not leaving a single one alive. Based on your behavior, if I don't kill more than 300 blood demons today, how can I appease my anger?" Chu Feng immediately cursed in his heart. No, the Fish Dragon King is so strong. Who on earth has the ability to ambush such a person, and even killed all of his personal attendants? Unfortunately, this was not the time to think about it. The problem now was that the Fish Dragon King had gone crazy. Chu Feng shouted, Fish Dragon King, don't go too far. Otherwise, no one will benefit from a life-and-death struggle. Han Fei chuckled. Then let's have a try. Let's see if my net is strong enough. Kacha! A green conch was smashed by Han Fei with a spear strike. Its master vomited blood and was pierced by Han Fei's spear. Therefore, a miraculous scene appeared in the sea. Han Fei, alone, with a red spear, chased and killed more than 40 blood demons. When Han Fei chased them to the exit, he found that hundreds of Shui Mutian's people were intercepting him. There were 200 or 300 sea demons and red demons each. They had gathered and were fighting Shui Mutian. When Han Fei intercepted the blood demons outside, it seemed that many people had already rushed to the entrance. At that time, everyone saw that Han Fei was chasing nearly 20 people. When he appeared in their perception, they were all speechless. It looked too disharmonious. Seeing this scene, Shu Xiaoman thought to herself, why can Han Fei be so fierce no matter who he turns into? Chu Feng shouted, everyone, join forces and kill the Fish Dragon King. Han Fei roared, today I'm going to slay 300 blood demons. Don't stop me. A sea demon shouted, Master Dragon King, Shui Mutian. Han Fei glared at them and shouted, Shui Mutian, I'm not interested in fighting you today. Leave now. Then Han Fei suddenly pointed his spear at Shu Xiaoman. Do you want to stop me? Shu Xiaoman was slightly taken aback. Again, she said, I, Shui Mutian, will not get involved in the affairs of your Baibei royal city and the Blood Sea Divinewood city. Han Fei said proudly, since you don't want to fight, get out. Don't get in my way. Immediately, Shui Mutian's side was in an uproar, and a bug buzzed. Why should we go out when you tell us to? How humiliating will we be? A big bird shouted, we won't go. What can you do to us? This was the excuse that Han Fei wanted. He wanted an excuse to stop. The next moment, Han Fei's face changed, and he said with an awful expression, Fine, fine, fine. Shui Mutian ruined my plan. I will find you sooner or later and kill you heavenly talents, one by one. How dare you ambush me and kill my subordinates with the Blood Sea Divinewood city? I will never forgive you. Just wait and see. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly felt that a strange power entered his body. Before Han Fei asked, the old turtle said, just keep acting. It happens to be close to the entrance, so I'll offer a sacrifice to that fish. Second, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1243. Yu Windao, who was waiting outside the 1,000-mountain ancient realm, felt inexplicably annoyed. When Han Fei sacrificed for the second time, he found that Han Fei's soul power was not weak, but full of self-deception. Just now he found that one of his great paths was borrowed, and he didn't even have a chance to resist. Originally, he created the Book of Changes. After someone cultivated it and sacrificed their soul, he would grant them the power of great paths. Something's wrong. At this moment, Yu Windao was shocked. 3 great paths in one day. Would he be able to eat it? Besides, it was in the 1,000-mountain ancient realm. Even if the power of great paths was borrowed, so what? If you exerted the power of the Tao-seeking state, you would have bad luck and even be bombarded by the great paths. However, Yu Hanjia borrowed it twice and sent a large number of souls, which were full of roars, power, desire, fighting, killing, these inexplicable things. Suddenly, a female venerable looked at Yu Windao and asked, Windao, your spiritual waves are a bit strong. What's wrong? Yu Windao's expression changed slightly as he said with a faint smile, Nothing much. I just had a sudden thought. A half-mermaid venerable frowned. How many times have I told you that your great paths are a bit complicated? I told you to focus on one Tao, but you didn't listen. What ideas do you have now? Yu Windao asked, maybe it's the idea of breaking through the venerable realm. Guys, let me leave for now. The half-mermaid, venerable, shook his head slightly. Go. I hope you can understand that it's not easy to find a Tao. Sometimes one Tao is equivalent to thousands. Yuan Dao nodded slightly. Okay, I'll try again. Then Yuan Dao tore the void and fled. As soon as he entered the void, Yuan Dao's face began to slowly twist. A low roar burst out from Yuan Dao's throat. If one looked carefully, they would find that Yuan Dao's eyes had turned completely black. Roar. Why? Is the Book of Changes wrong? Why is a peak-level sea spirit boy's soul so dark? Roar. Let go of your soul, and you will gain infinite power. You will become immortal. In the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm, the Fish Dragon King that Han Fei was disguised as wasn't stupid enough to fight the blood demons immediately. Although he was a spy now, he couldn't do such a stupid thing blatantly. It was true that the Fish Dragon King was a Heaven's Chosen, but it would be too much of a lie to say that any random Heaven's Chosen from the royal city could challenge hundreds of people. That would definitely raise suspicions. Han Fei suddenly sensed that one or two marvelous powers suddenly crawled into his body. Then it was eaten by the old tortoise. He couldn't sense what kind of power it was, but he felt that it was very strange. The power seemed to be very strong. Old Turtle, what are you doing? The old turtle said, I've been egging that fish to seek the path for a day, and I've just offered a sacrifice. I'm about to capture it. Mind your own business. Don't worry about me. Seeing that Han Fei seemed to be lost in thought, Chu Feng heaved a sigh of relief. She immediately asked, Has anyone seen Yang Ruoyan? She has rebelled. Kill her on the spot. Ignoring the old turtle, Han Fei said to Shu Xiaoman telepathically, Tell them that the mission has been completed. Don't tell them that I have been to the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. Shu Xiaoman immediately replied, It's really you. You're out. Has the Fish Dragon King died? Those who have seen me have all died. Wait for a while. When the undead drive the people to the exit, you can leave with the people of the Shuimu heaven first. Shu Xiaoman asked, What about you? Aren't you going back to the Shuimu heaven? I have my own business. Shu Xiaoman stared at Han Fei and asked, What do you want me to say to Jing Er? Han Fei pondered for a moment and finally replied, Tell Jing Er 2 words. Shu Xiaoman couldn't help but wonder, what message can 2 words convey? She couldn't help but ask, What word? Han Fei replied, Junior sister. Shu Xiaoman. The Fish Dragon King that Han Fei incarnated was standing in the air at this moment, with a red spear in his hand trembling slightly beside him. His eyes had been fixed on the blood sea divine Wood City, which made many blood demons a little flustered. Just when Han Fei was thinking about how to provoke it, he suddenly discovered that 3 people had appeared in his perception almost at the same time. One of them was Yang Ruoyan, and the other one, to Han Fei's surprise, turned out to be Lan Shuer. Next to Lan Shuer was Yu Kaling. Han Fei was a little surprised. After Lan Shuer was poisoned and frozen into an ice block, she didn't die? Not only did she not die, but also Yu Kaling? Wasn't she caught in the 9 sounds of the Great Way and swallowed by the undead? Han Fei's pupils constricted slightly. Did these 2 people know that he killed the Fish Dragon King? They probably didn't see it, but should he bet on it? Humph. In the awkward situation where the 3 parties gathered together but couldn't fight, Han Fei shouted, Chu Feng, right? Tell this Dragon King, who in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City can control this strange melody, who can control the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Tell me, and I won't give you a hard time. Han Fei didn't hide his words when he spoke. Therefore, the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, the Baibei Royal City, and the Shuimu Heavens were all surprised. What? The Fish Dragon King chased after Han Fei angrily because it was tricked by someone in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City? Chu Feng's face turned cold. She was confused at first. Although she didn't really have a life-and-death battle with Han Fei, judging from Han Fei's combat efficiency and strength, she was definitely no match for him. And on this trip to the 1,000-mountain ancient realm, there shouldn't be many people stronger than her. Chu Feng doubted that there was anyone stronger than the Fish Dragon King. Who the hell knew that the 10th on the heavenly talent list from the Baibei royal city would be so strong? When Han Fei was so strong, there was still someone on her side who could ambush Han Fei. And he even successfully killed the other people around the Fish Dragon King? How could she not know that he was so strong? When Han Fei said that, his voice echoed far away. Lan Shui'er, Yu Keiling, and Yang Ruiyun, who was hiding, all heard it. However, in the ears of these three people it sounded different. If Lan Shui'er and Yu Keiling knew that he attacked the Fish Dragon King, they would definitely doubt his authenticity when they heard his voice. And if Yang Ruiyun heard what he said, with her cleverness, she might be able to figure out a way to get out of his death. In the distance, after hearing Han Fei's voice, Lan Shui'er immediately trembled and bit her lips with a complicated look in her eyes. She really didn't expect that a strong master like the Fish Dragon King could be so ruthless. In the face of danger, he used himself as a shield. Yu Keiling patted Lan Shui'er's shoulder. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. Before you're strong enough to resist these people, you have to hold back. Lan Shui'er nodded heavily. Sister Keiling, what should we do now? Yu Keiling said, from the tone of the Fish Dragon King, at least he is safe. Besides, this person asked so domineeringly, which means that the situation should not be very dangerous. But this person is arrogant. In case he starts another war, let's wait. On the other side, Yang Ruiyun still didn't know that Chu Feng had already known that she had betrayed the Fish Dragon King. So, she wanted to continue to move forward. However, for some reason, she was a little afraid of the Fish Dragon King. This person's way of doing things was unconstrained and unconstrained, and he didn't play by the rules. She felt that he had a purpose, but she really couldn't figure it out. Yang Ruiyun also decided to wait a little longer. If a battle was about to break out, who knew how she could survive? However, on the Divine Child Peak, Water Fairy clearly knew that there was no such powerful person as Han Fei said. Ambush him. He should be thankful that he didn't ambush others. Therefore, Water Fairy could tell that Han Fei was just making up a story and making up an enemy. Therefore, those blood demons were inexplicably implicated. Water Fairy could understand that, since Han Fei couldn't attack Shui Mutian, he had to make an enemy so that he could better blend in with the sea demons. However, what Water Fairy didn't understand was that there seemed to be something extraordinary in Han Fei's body. There seemed to be some kind of Taoist aura that crossed her own barrier and fell on Han Fei. This was one point. On the other hand, Han Fei seemed to have been forcing the blood demon named Yang Ruiyun to a dead end. But every time he gave her a chance to live, he must have the intention to make use of her. At this point, Water Fairy could conclude that the Han Fei she saw now was far more cunning than that silly disciple Wang Han. Just from the series of actions that she didn't understand, she could guess that Han Fei must be planning something. With a thought from Water Fairy, half of the sea became restless. More and more undead creatures began to drill out of the ground and began to approach the entrance. At the same time, Han Fei pointed his spear at Chu Feng. Are you going to tell me or not? Third, asking for tickets. Flying to Hangzhou immediately. End of this chapter. Chapter 1244. No matter how useless Chu Feng was, she was still one of the leaders of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Why was Han Fei pointing at him like this? Not to mention that she didn't know there was such a person in her camp. Even if she knew, she wouldn't tell you in front of so many people. A fishbone spear appeared in Chu Feng's hand, and she also pointed at Han Fei. Fish Dragon King, do you really think you're invincible? Han Fei smiled contemptuously. Why, are you doubting this Dragon King's ability? Come, this Dragon King will give you a handicap of both legs. If you move a single step, it's my loss. Let's see what level the prodigies of your Blood Sea Divine Wood City are at. Buzz. Yeah. Immediately, the crowd of blood demons burst into an uproar. Someone said coquettishly, how arrogant. Why would they need Chu Feng? I'll help you. A blood demon leaped out, roared, and the branches of the sea willows behind him waved their fangs and claws at Han Fei like 3,000 white hairs. The blood demon's goal was simple. Didn't Han Fei boast that he would lose if he moved one step? She didn't believe that Han Fei could suppress all the heavenly talents here with just one hand. Thousands of pairs of eyes immediately stared at Han Fei. Regardless of whether it was the Bai Bei royal city or the Shuemu sky, they had never seen the fish dragon king get serious. At this moment, of course, he was curious. All the sea demons widened their eyes. They wanted to see just how strong the so-called prodigies on the prodigy roll of the royal city were. An insect buzzed. This is a bit difficult. A big bird stood on the back of the insect. What do you mean by a little difficult? If he didn't move, he wouldn't have any leverage. He was still standing in midair, not standing on the seawater. He wanted to kill a peak sea spirit with just a horizontal strike? How could an ordinary person do that? On the human side, many people's eyes flickered. If the heavenly talents of the Bai Bei royal city are so strong, how many people in the Shuemu heaven can compare to them? Only Xu Xiaoman's eyes were shining. If she hadn't seen Han Fei fight, she wouldn't have cared. When Han Fei was a peak-level law enforcer, he had already defeated 100 enemies by himself. Surpassing realms to fight was like a game to him. Han Fei had already become an explorer. How could he be defeated? Han Fei held the spear with one hand and pressed the end of the spear with his palm. For a moment, the spear was shrouded in red demonic energy, and he pointed it forward casually. Everything seemed normal. Many people did not discover anything from this spear. They only heard Chu Feng shout, "Dodge." However, Chu Feng was still too slow. She thought that since everyone knew that Han Fei was good at the proximity technique, they would be wary of him. However, at that moment, she seemed to have realized that something was wrong. What exactly was wrong? She didn't see it clearly, but it was definitely not right. When Chu Feng shouted, the corners of Han Fei's mouth were still curled. Although the principles of the short-distance technique and the instant technique were different, the effects they produced were extremely similar. The closed-distance technique shortened the distance, while the moment technique froze time for a split second. After the spear light pierced through the air, the spearhead came out from the other side. Wasn't that the closed-distance technique? Generally speaking, under the premise that time was not affected, as long as one was fast enough, one could still dodge it. However, if time was frozen, there was no such thing as dodging because there was no way to dodge it at all. This was also why Zhang Xuanyu's overall strength was the weakest in the Thug Academy, but he was probably second only to Han Fei in one-on-one combat. This was a combat skill that this guy comprehended on his own, which was extremely powerful. As long as he seized the opportunity, there was no way to dodge it. Puff! Without any suspense, Han Fei's spear pierced through the blood demon's chest. Rich demonic energy was injected in an instant. With a bang, the blood demon exploded. This person had been dead for several seconds before a willow branch reached Han Fei. However, Han Fei put one hand on his waist and put away the spear with the other, as if he didn't see these willow branches at all. When these willow branches reached Han Fei, they began to wither and wither, not even reaching the corner of Han Fei's clothes. At this moment, the audience was silent. Han Fei's spear was too casual. It was just a light shot, but the moment it was shot out, it was so fast that they couldn't see it at all. Therefore, everyone thought that they had recognized the power of the close-distance technique. This kind of combat method that ignored spatial distance was really terrifying. A sea demon exclaimed secretly, "So strong, isn't he too strong?" A sea demon swallowed. Is this 10th on the heavenly talent list in the royal city? On the Shuemu heavenly side, a human exclaimed, "This speed is even faster than shadowless Aerostream." Someone said solemnly, "No, it's even faster than Aeroflash." An insectoid stroked its large horn with its long whiskers. Can I block that attack? A big bird was speechless. Who gave you the confidence? Clang, Han Fei flicked the spear shaft lightly, making a crisp sound of metal colliding. Han Fei stared at Chu Feng, his eyes unfocused. Me. You're not even qualified to block my spear. Is everyone in the Blood Sea Divine would city this kind of trash? Chu Feng's face turned green. Of course. She had her own trump cards. But why did she fight the Fish Dragon King? Someone had reminded her on the way here. This time, there were 3 strongest people in the Bai Bei Royal City. The first was the Fish Dragon King. The second was Yu Hong and Shui Hongyan. At this moment, the other 2 hadn't appeared, but the strongest Fish Dragon King had appeared. No one would be willing to fight with him. However, Chu Feng thought for a moment, I have so many people on my side. I'm not afraid that the Fish Dragon King will attack me. Otherwise, the Fish Dragon King will definitely benefit from the fight between the Sandpiper and the Clam. This Fish Dragon King was not stupid. Since it couldn't fight a group battle, it would be a one-on-one battle. Judging from the Fish Dragon King's performance just now, Chu Feng certainly wouldn't go out to fight it alone. If she won, she would certainly become famous, and this matter would definitely spread throughout the Blood Sea Divine Wood. However, if she lost, she might even lose her life. Chu Feng immediately glanced at the Shuemu Heavenly side and shouted, Shuemu Heavenly, your Shuemu Heavenly side has the most people here. Why don't we join hands and kill the sea demons in the Bai Bei Royal City? Han Fei grinned and immediately said to Young Man telepathically, I agree. But Young Man stepped out and said coldly, Okay, except for the Fish Dragon King. All the sea demons belong to us. The Fish Dragon King belongs to you. Immediately, all the sea demons changed their expressions. A sea demon scolded Chu Feng angrily. Demon, we are all sea demons anyway. If you do this, the 2 royal cities will fight to the death in the future. Chu Feng smiled contemptuously and said, Who do you think you are? How can you decide the affairs of the strong? It's not up to you to decide whether the royal cities will fight or not. Chu Feng shouted in a low voice, Sisters, everyone's target is the Fish Dragon King. Han Fei pretended to be gloomy, then pointed at Young Man and said, Good, good, Shuemu Heavenly. I'll remember you. What's your name? The Shuemu Heavenly is not bad to have someone like you. Young Man said likewise, You are not weak either. You can be called a heavenly talent. As for me, I'm Shu Xiaoman of the human races, Flying Feather Tribe. Han Fei grinned hideously. Okay, Young Man, I'll remember you. In the future, I'll definitely fight with you for 3,000 rounds. Then Han Fei glanced at the sea demons and shouted in a low voice, The people of the Bai Bei Royal City would rather die than kneel. If they want to fight, then let's fight. Let's see what happens. Huh. Han Fei held the spear, and the spear light bloomed. If more people are useful, why do we still need to cultivate? You will eventually discover how powerful this Dragon King is. Watch this Dragon King defeat all of you alone. Han Fei was very happy to see this battle. Chu Feng knew that this choice was actually more disadvantageous to her. However, at this moment, her life was at stake. She couldn't really go up and fight the lunatic Fish Dragon King, could she? Besides, the reason why Chu Feng chose to fight was that she had the confidence to do so. As soon as Han Fei rushed out, the battle broke out in an instant. Young Man shouted coldly, Kill! Buzzing, chirp, chirp, what could those sea demons do? At this time they could only fight. Fortunately, they also had more than 300 people. Although the number of people was less than half that of Shui Mutian's side, it was not impossible for them to fight. However, no one chose to fight Young Man at all. After all, even the Fish Dragon King was quite appreciative of this person. When they entered the 1,000-mountain ancient realm, many people had seen the scene of Young Man pointing her fingers and the sea demons exploding. It was very terrifying. and young man stood on a bug and didn't make a move. She just watched all this quietly and said lightly, "More than 600 people against 300 people. If I lose, I won't have the face to tell others." As for Han Fei, he was trapped in countless rune spells, and those blood demons surrounded Han Fei in circles. All the blood demons squeaked. Chu Feng's voice sounded like a ghost in the thousands of rolling spells. "Fish Dragon King, aren't you curious about what will happen if you use the strength of the Tao-seeking state in the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm? Today you are courting death. Don't blame others." Just now, the space collapsed, and Han Fei was directly wrapped by the endless spell. At this moment, he glanced at the runes around him, only to see that the runes were moving like swords and attacking. After a while, these runes began to evolve and gradually formed a huge fish. In Han Fei's eyes, information appeared. Name Cursed Demonic Fish Introduction, an evil spell written with life. It's an evil creature summoned by all creatures with blood as a sacrifice. It has the ability to copy the opponent's strength. This creature will absorb the opponent's blood, soul, vitality, and strength through the power of the curse to strengthen itself. When all the opponent's strength is swallowed, the cursed demonic fish will become the opponent and become an emotionless puppet creature. Level, none. Quality, none. Realm, none. Combat skill, strength copy, absorbable. Remarks, don't fight a protracted battle. Chapter 1245. Before Han Fei fought, the old turtle suddenly said, "It's really an evil technique." This was a cursed demon fish. Someone had once captured a king and used the cursed demon fish to forcefully absorb it, forcibly sucking that king to death. Even his great Tao was sucked away. In the end, this cursed fish turned into a king puppet. Han Fei's face changed. "So strong." The old turtle said, "It's a pity that this cursed demonic fish was used to deal with you. It seems that... Why don't you try sucking it back?" Han Fei. The old turtle said, "Cursed demonic fish are just unconscious evil creatures. They fight according to some kind of will. But you are different. You can steal lives at any time. In this way, you are actually more evil than it." Han Fei. Although the old turtle's words were not pleasant to hear, this cursed demonic fish was a bit similar to his void line's ability. However, it had the ability to absorb blood, soul, and power. Among them, the void lines could also seize souls, but it had to be done after the other party had died. Only then could he use the void lines to absorb some of the souls back. At this point, just absorbing the soul power of some living creatures was no longer enough for him to grow. Of course, when the number reached a certain level, it would be another situation. For example, in the battle outside the Divine Child Peak just now, Han Fei had absorbed a lot of souls, but he couldn't absorb any more. This cursed demonic fish was huge, more than 300 meters long, and it was definitely a super sea monster. As a matter of fact, when the cursed demonic fish opened its mouth, endless black mist shrouded the entire space. Han Fei glanced around and saw that those weird characters were emitting bursts of red light. Han Fei tried to rush up and hit it more than 200 times with the Monkey King 3,000 strikes to see the effect. In the outside world, above a huge rune ball, there was a series of thumping sounds. A large number of curse runes were smashed by Han Fei's terrifying power. Chu Feng shouted, "Fuse with your associate spirits. This person must be killed. Otherwise, we can't show the power of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City." The women in red, who were originally in human form, had all turned into Millennium Snappers at this moment. Runes shot out from their mouths. Wherever it was broken, these bright red runes would mend it. Inside the array, Han Fei had been wrapped in a large black fog. Because of the enormous suction force, Han Fei could clearly feel that his vitality was slowly draining away. He stepped on the coiled turtle array and the soul-driving array. Both arrays were activated at the same time. At the same time, all the void lines erupted and hooked onto the huge fish. After that, Han Fei felt that he was under an enormous and terrifying pressure on his soul. Han Fei was surprised. This fish's soul is so strong. I feel that it's even stronger than mine. The old turtle said, "No, the soul power of this cursed fiend fish is equal to your own soul power. It is summoned according to you. Therefore, its power and the strength of its soul are completely based on you." Han Fei gnashed his teeth. "Why do I feel like you're gloating?" The old turtle cackled and said, "That Yuan Dao is about to be devoured by me. He pursues the Great Way too much. I'm simulating a great way for him. Ha ha! He thinks he has created a new great way. Ha!" Hearing that the old turtle was still thinking about the fish Yuan Dao at this critical moment, Han Fei immediately ignored him. Han Fei made up his mind and fully activated the sky stealing technique. "You devour my vitality and I devour yours. Let's see who can steal more." Although this cursed fiend fish was the same as Han Fei in terms of power. However, don't forget that Han Fei was simulating a peak-level sea spirit with the art of deception. Therefore, the cursed fiend fish was also at this level. Of course, the soul and power were essentially the same. It was just the difference in realm. In addition, there was an essential difference. The cursed fiend fish was a summoned creature. Such an impressive creature was not something that could appear just because one wanted to. She also contained a powerful life force. However, this vitality was provided by the more than 300 blood demons. Because of the gap in realm, Han Fei suddenly felt that his vitality seemed to be slowly increasing. This speed was not very fast, but it was definitely increasing. In the outside world, Chu Feng and the others looked at the rune array, and gradually there was no movement. They couldn't help but show great joy on their faces. Chu Feng let out a long sigh of relief and sneered. "Arrogant guy, our blood sea divine wood city occupies a place with rune spells. How can you understand that?" In the mysterious space that seemed to be wrapped by billions of runes, a huge fish head slowly poked out. As soon as this fish came out, those runes were all introduced to the big fish. When the cursed fiend fish appeared completely, its body size was only more than 200 meters long, which surprised Chu Feng a little. Is this fish Dragon King so powerful? The cursed fiend fish summoned with him, as the foundation was more than 200 meters long, which could only show that Han Fei was indeed very strong. After all, the summoned cursed fiend fish was as strong as the enemy in terms of strength. Therefore, the cursed fiend fish was so huge that Chu Feng was dumbfounded. However, Chu Feng didn't know that Han Fei had forcibly reduced the size of the cursed fiend fish by 100 meters. At this moment, a large group of Millennium Snappers suddenly felt weak. Including Chu Feng, they all felt weak. Chu Feng said, "Don't panic. When the fish Dragon King completely dies, it will be a great contribution. 100 years of vitality is nothing." Shu Xiaoman, who hadn't fought yet, frowned and sensed the battle between Han Fei and the blood demon 100 kilometers away. From the moment Han Fei disappeared, her attention had never left him. Although she wanted to help, the Jing messenger had told her not to take the initiative before she came. That fish looked extraordinary at first glance. The scales on its body weren't scales at all, but strange runes of all shapes and sizes. However, after 100 breaths, just as Chu Feng thought that his side was about to win, he suddenly felt a portion of the vitality in his body being forcefully extracted. It transformed into a sea of incantations that flew out and imprinted on the body of the cursed demon fish. Immediately, a blood demon said anxiously, "Not good. I've lost 300 years of vitality. Why is the fish Dragon King still alive?" Someone shouted, "The cursed fiend fish is indeed shrinking. When it grows to the size of the fish Dragon King, it means that the puppet has been refined successfully. Fine, we'll lose another 100 years of vitality." However, after 100 seconds, the cursed fiend fish shrank to within 100 meters. Everyone's life, force, and lifespan were once again forcibly sucked away. At this moment, someone finally realized that something was wrong. Chu Feng looked awful. Why is the fish dragon king still alive? The cursed fiend fish is shrinking too slowly. Where did the Jade Dragon King get so much vitality for the cursed fiend fish to devour? Could it be that the fish dragon king was carrying a large number of spiritual fruits or life force tonics? After the 5th vitality absorption, when almost everyone contributed more than 500 years of vitality on average, someone shouted, "No, something must be wrong with the cursed fiend fish. Why is it still more than 50 meters long?" Someone wanted to stop, but seeing that the cursed fiend fish was reduced from more than 200 meters to only 50 meters, it meant that the fish dragon king was about to be swallowed and become the puppet fish dragon king. Someone shouted in a low voice, "Sisters, we've come to this point." The reason why the cursed demonic fish was so slow was because the ichthyosaur king was too powerful and he had too many treasures with him. However, the stronger the fish dragon king is, the more benefits we can get from the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Let's work harder. Once, twice, 3 times. Han Fei felt that the cursed fiend fish had been sucked dry by him. The vitality of the cursed fiend fish was beyond his imagination. Han Fei felt that he had returned to his prime. At this moment, his lifespan should have reached 2,000 years again, maybe even exceeded it. Today, he used the Apocalypse Divine technique twice. Who would have thought that he would be able to make up for that terrifying consumption in just 1 day? Because of the great loss of vitality, most of the Millennium Snappers in the outside world still looked beautiful on the surface. However, if one were to take a closer look, they would discover that the Millennium Snappers were emitting a deathly aura. Since the beginning, more than 30 people had died because of the lack of vitality. Once this great technique was activated, they couldn't let it go at all. Kacha! When the cursed fiend fish cracked, everyone saw the fish dragon king standing motionlessly in the sea. Immediately, someone breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, it's already very commendable to kill the 10th strongest on the heavenly talent list of the Bai Bei Royal City. However, just when these Millennium Snappers were relieved and began to chuckle, they suddenly heard an arrogant and moldy voice. Is this all the so-called strong master of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City can do? After such a long time you only got a lousy fish? Trying to devour my vitality and power? I, the Dragon King, have the bloodline of the Dragon King. How can your little tricks affect me? Ah, how is it possible? How can he be fine? No, if the fish dragon king is fine, why did the cursed fiend fish become smaller? Puff! Someone was still talking when he suddenly found that there was one more person next to him. Who else could it be but the fish dragon king? Bam! 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 Han Fei performed the Monkey King 3,000 strikes again. Anyway, what did these blood demons know? Except for the fish dragon king's law enforcement distance, how could they know what other combat techniques the fish dragon king had? Besides, for a guy as irascible as the fish dragon king, the Monkey King 3,000 strikes was perfect for him, who said that a spear could only stab people. It was equally effective for whipping and smashing people. Many of the blood demons who had just been fed with most of their vitality were still in the state of Millennium Snappers. In desperation, they tried to control Han Fei with melody. However, for Han Fei, their soul power was too weak to pull him into an illusion. Almost in the blink of an eye, more than 30 people were smashed by Han Fei. Han Fei smiled coldly. Today you will all die. Chapter 1246. The blood demons would never have thought that Han Fei could even resist such a curse. Moreover, he didn't seem to be injured at all. They couldn't understand it at all. It was impossible. In reality, it was not that Chu Feng's method of commanding the battle was wrong. If it had been the real Ichthyosaur King, He might have been able to avoid it unless he didn't engage in close combat from the start. Otherwise, as long as he entered this great incantation technique, wanting to forcefully break it, it was impossible. Even with Han Fei's strength, he couldn't directly break this array with the Monkey King 3,000 strikes. Of course, Han Fei didn't try his best. Shu Xiaoman breathed a sigh of relief when she saw all this from afar. She couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Why did she have to worry about Han Fei? How could something happen to this guy who was so abnormal that it made one's scalp go numb? At this moment, Han Fei was killing everyone. However, in his perception, there seemed to be a black tide appearing on the surface of the sea more than 1,000 miles away. In front of the tide, the Millennium Snappers and sea demons were running wildly. Of course, there were also beings from the waterwood heaven. The water deity's voice echoed in Han Fei's head. Okay, although I don't know what your plan is, I'm not afraid of you. However, your goal should be almost there. If you continue killing, the number of people in your camp will be more than the other 2 camps combined. 1,000 miles away, Yang Ruoyun, Yukaling, and the others all turned pale. So many undead creatures. In their perception, a huge black wave appeared. It was not a tide, but the undead insects and undead birds crawling on the surface of the sea. On the surface of the sea, there was a large amount of black seaweed spreading. They saw a half-mermaid entangled by a vine with their own eyes. In the blink of an eye, thousands of black thorns stabbed at him, followed by a large amount of seaweed that wrapped him up. Seaweeds and insects crawled along the way. That person was immediately engulfed by the black tide. In just a few breaths, he had turned into a pile of white bones that sank to the bottom of the sea. Who wouldn't be terrified at the sight of this? Even those insect race beings from the Shui Mu heaven were a little taken aback. Of course, the Zergs were a race with bigger ambitions. In their minds, defeating and eating their opponents was a very normal thing. There was nothing wrong with it. Since the undead bug tribe of the Thousand Mountains ancient realm would not attack live bugs like them, there were close to 100 Waterwood Sky bug tribe members charging at the front of the black tide while letting out a series of buzzing noises. Eat, eat, and we're the White Shell Royal City and the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Charge! Our insect race is the strongest. Our army is in the millions. When the Zergs clamored and rushed to the entrance, Han Fei smashed one of them with a flip of his hand. He crushed a blood demon's protective blade wheel with one hand and suddenly retreated. Han Fei said telepathically, "Shu Xiaoman, take them away." Shu Young Man was shocked. In the battlefield between Shui Mutian and the sea demons, Shu Xiaoman suddenly stepped out and shouted, "Everyone, after 10 breaths, break out of the ancient realm." Someone was surprised. "Why, young man, we have won a great victory this time. We should follow up with another attack." Shu Xiaoman said, "Let's go. Don't ask so many questions." Shu Xiaoman knew that in Han Fei's eyes, the life and death of these sea spirit state creatures were not important at all. Whether they were alive or dead, it didn't matter because none of these people was a match for him. Besides, she had seen Han Fei fight 100 people alone. If Han Fei really wanted to attack, he wouldn't have killed 40 or 50 people in such a short time. At least half of them would have died here. It was obvious that Han Fei was planning something. His vision was limited, so he could only cooperate with him. Swish, swish, swish. Chu Feng and the others were going to fight again. But Han Fei suddenly stopped, which made many people confused. Then they perceived that many of their clansmen had appeared. In midair, streaks of red shadows dashed towards them at high speed, and Chu Feng knew one of them. Wasn't that Yang Ruoyun? Chu Feng shouted in a low voice, "Yang Ruoyun, how dare you show up?" Someone roared, "It's Yang Ruoyun. How dare she show up?" However, Yang Ruoyun responded, "Run, the undead bug tide is coming. I'll explain everything to you when we get out." Chu Feng and the others all changed their expressions. What the hell? A bug tide? This was only the first day they entered the 1,000-mountain ancient realm. Even if there was a bug tide, why were they so panicked? However, Chu Feng was shocked. Why did the fish dragon king stop? Chu Feng looked at the Shuemu heaven again, only to see Shu Xiaoman leading countless people closer and closer to the exit. Suddenly, Shu Xiaoman shouted, "Everyone, leave the ancient realm!" Swish, swish, swish. Although many people of the Shuemu heaven were unwilling, and even the big birds and insects were complaining, no one refuted Shu Xiaoman's words. Because before they came, Shu Xiaoman had been designated as one of the leaders of the ancient realm this time. It was not because Shu Xiaoman was strong, but mainly to cooperate with Han Fei. At the moment when Shu Xiaoman shouted to leave the ancient realm, Han Fei shouted, "Everyone leave the ancient realm!" Someone was shocked. What happened? Why did they leave the ancient realm? Chu Feng received Yang Ruoyun's message and immediately shouted, "Everyone fight for the exit!" Then Chu Feng looked at Han Fei. "Fish Dragon King, you and I should work together. Otherwise, the Shuemu heaven will block the exit, and we will be the ones to suffer in the end." Right at this moment, Han Fei glanced into the distance with obvious surprise. "Huh, you're not dead?" The newcomers were naturally Yu Keiling and Lan Shuer. Although Han Fei had long known that they were peeping at him from a distance, he still had to show his surprise. Yu Keiling called out, "Master Dragon King." Lan Shuer gritted her teeth. She hated the Fish Dragon King to the core. However, because of their different identities, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and call out, "Master Dragon King." Lan Shuer no longer had the feeling of relying on a big shot. In the Fish Dragon King's eyes, she was even less than a chess piece. Sure enough, Sister Keiling was right. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. With the Fish Dragon King's arrogance, he certainly wouldn't humble himself and apologize to Lan Shuer. Han Fei grunted softly and said casually, "Go get the exit." After that, Han Fei turned his head, looked at Chu Feng, who was rushing to the entrance, and then looked at Yang Ruoyun. When Yang Ruoyun saw Han Fei looking at her, her heart tightened. This person, although he looked fierce and silly on the surface, he was actually very cunning. However, after working with Han Fei for a short time, Yang Ruoyun's view of Han Fei had completely changed. She just felt that this person didn't act according to common sense. She didn't know what his purpose was at all. His mind was unfathomable. Even if he used flowery words, it would be difficult to move him. Han Fei glanced at her with a faint smile and said without disguise, "Aren't you the traitor who just cooperated with me to kill the blood demon? Ha ha ha, you're quite pretty. If you can't stay in the Blood Sea Divinewood City, you can consider following me." Han Fei's words were directly imprinted in the hearts of many people. On the sea demon's side, many people heard it. Many people were surprised. The Fish Dragon King actually used the blood demon? Lan Shuer's face darkened. Sure enough, no man is good. Han Fei openly said that he cooperated with Yang Ruoyun. The latter was about to refute, but then she thought it was wrong. She thought that Han Fei said this to prove that he was innocent and afraid that she would use this to frame him. However, because Han Fei expressed it so straightforwardly, it showed that Han Fei didn't care about her life or death at all and was only using her. Immediately, Yang Ruoyun shouted coldly, "Fish Dragon King, I will avenge you someday." Han Fei grinned. "Clownfish, you want to take revenge on me? Who do you think you are?" At this time, when the tide of immortal insects was less than 800 kilometers away, some fast immortal birds had already rushed over. At this time, a large number of sea demons and blood demons who went to look for opportunities alone also rushed over. A sea demon shouted, "Master Dragon King, go quickly. The tide of immortal insects is coming." A blood demon squeaked, "Come on, fight for the entrance." When a large number of sea demons and blood demons began to gather at the entrance, Han Fei saw that the sea demons hadn't broken through the defense line of the Waterwood Heaven, and there were still blood demons attacking from behind, so he immediately shouted, "Can't you even fight for an entrance? Get out of the way and let me do it." Shu Xiaoman had been waiting for Han Fei to come, but Han Fei had been dawdling, standing there bragging or teasing some blood demons. It was not until the rest of the sea demons and blood demons had basically gathered and a large number of immortal birds had rushed over that he said he would fight for the entrance. Young Shu Man had already been ready. She shouted, "No more fighting. Everyone don't guard. Open the entrance and let them fight for it themselves." Han Fei scolded, "Humph, timid as a crab. Everyone, guard the entrance and block the exit for me." However, when Han Fei rushed to the exit with the sea demons, half of the sea demons had already run away after the creatures of the water-wood heaven. Yukaling said to her via voice transmission, "Shweh, if you have a chance, just run away. The Fish Dragon King is too conceited. He will only send us to our deaths." Lan Shuer nodded. "I know. I won't guard the exit with him." Han Fei even heard someone's voice transmission. Is this Fish Dragon King out of his mind? Why does he still want to fight at the moment of life and death? Someone was speechless. Ignore him. Stay close to the exit. Once you find it impossible, just leave. Anyway, after we go out, he can't kill us in front of so many strong masters. Han Fei listened to the voice transmission of these sea demons, his face full of disdain. Han Fei blocked with his spear. "I want to point my spear at the sea of blood and kill 100 more people." Chapter 1247. The countless blood demons were dumbfounded. Is this guy out of his mind? We have more than 500 people, and you're blocking the exit with more than 200 people. Can you stop us? Seeing this, Yukaling couldn't help but roll her eyes. However, in the end, she still reminded him, "Master Dragon King, don't be impulsive. We don't have enough people." Han Fei turned around and glared at her. "I'll never be schemed against." Han Fei glanced at the blood demons and shouted, "Tell me who schemed against me. If she comes out to die, I won't make things difficult for you." A particularly enormous Millennium Snapper suddenly turned into a glamorous, red-haired woman. This person pointed at Han Fei. "Are you the Fish Dragon King? I'd like to see what makes a heavenly talent from the Baibei Royal City, who ranks 10th on the heavenly talent list yelling here." Chu Feng said to her via voice transmission, Don't underestimate this person. This person is so strong that even the cursed demonic fish can't do anything to him." The woman called frowned. She had just arrived. Hearing that Han Fei was so strong, she was slightly alarmed. However, how scared was she? Not much. At this moment, for the blood demons whose souls were generally strong, they could already perceive the black tide of immortal insects. From the sea to the sky, it was dark and covered more than 300 meters thick, like a shocking gray and black wave. At this moment, they had no time to think anymore, because if they didn't rush out now, it would be too late. If they were really covered by the tide of immortal insects, it would be impossible for them to come out alive. When the number reached an extreme, no matter how weak the tide of immortal insects was, it couldn't be underestimated. Of course, no one would underestimate this tide of immortal insects. Hor shouted, "Kill them all! Red leaf saber, explode!" Swish, swish. The red leaves in the sky were all like the leaf knife wheels of the big red trunk. When Han Fei heard the woman shouting to explode, his eyes slightly narrowed. This woman must be the real leader of the Blood Sea Divinewood City this time, right? The leaf knife wheels were still divine weapons no matter how weak they were. Moreover, these people were all at the peak of the sea spirit realm. They had long been trying to improve their strength and the quality of their weapons. Therefore, there were only a few low-grade divine armament saber wheels here, and the rest were all mid-grade and above. Among them, high-grade divine weapons accounted for at least 1/10 of them. Roar! Han Fei's spear shot out like a dragon. A water dragon surged out, and a soul-shaking dragon roar resounded. Kill! Instead of retreating, Han Fei took a step forward and charged at the Millennium Snappers and women in red who were squeaking. Behind Han Fei, many people's faces changed drastically. Is this King, Fish Dragon King crazy? In such a situation, you're really going to rush up? The undying insect tide is about to arrive, aren't you afraid? The moment Han Fei took action, more than a dozen people in the crowd followed him. They felt that if they made a move now, they would definitely leave a deep impression on the Dragon King. Of course, even if they took action, they just blocked the exit and didn't attack the Blood Demon's formation like Han Fei did. Swish! The spear in Han Fei's hand trembled, and a green-spotted conch companion spirit blocked in front of Han Fei, trying to block. Unfortunately, no one expected that Han Fei's strength was so strong. The green-spotted conch was directly pierced through with a big hole. Monkey King 3,000 strikes. Bam! 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 Han Fei rushed into the crowd of blood demons alone, and the woman named Fire shouted, "The rest of you, charge! I'll deal with this one." Fire body. However, Hua-er's body suddenly began to burn with fiery red flames. It was as if he was a fire spirit that did not have a physical body. Except for two sapphire-like eyes, this fire elf had no lower body, and her tail was like a wisp of smoke that drilled out of the mouth of a kettle. The fire demon's arms were like awls, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of thorn shadows shot out. Bam! 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 As soon as the two sides met, Han Fei defeated almost all the cone shadows. The final blow blew up her flaming body, and then a lot of flames that dissipated in the void reassembled on the other side and turned into a human again. Han Fei grinned. "My flame is my body." "Interesting." Han Fei said, "I can't kill you in a short time. Is it the same for the others?" However, when Han Fei turned his head, he found that there were only about 100 sea demons left. At that time, Han Fei cursed, "Be *stards, a bunch of cowards. How can you become sea spirits?" Yu Kailing and Lan Shui were among the people who disappeared. In Yu Kailing's words, the Ichthyosaur King had treated everyone as him, and was constantly seeking death. She finally knew why the Fish Dragon King was thrown out of the outer sea to gain experience. He was the one who had brought this upon himself. The rest of the sea demons, seeing that there were only about 100 people on their side, couldn't resist the charge of more than 500 people? After all, at this critical moment, all the blood demons had rushed over. In terms of numbers, they were all here. At that time, all the sea demons retreated. Fire sneered. "What's the point of being strong? Look, no one will accompany you to die for your own selfish desires." Han Fei grinned. "Ha ha! Only in this way can I show my unparalleled bravery." Kill! The crazier Han Fei was, the more speechless Fire and the others were. "Didn't we just ambush you? So you can't be ambushed by others?" When most of the sea demons passed by Han Fei and Fire who were fighting, Han Fei said in his heart, "Old Turtle, I'm going to kill this woman. If anything happens, remember to cover for me." Swish! Just when Hua felt that Han Fei couldn't kill her, she didn't have a good impression of Han Fei in her heart. She thought that Han Fei was just a brute. However, when most of the blood demons had fled to the exit and the tide of immortal insects was only 100 kilometers away, Han Fei roared angrily, shaking Fire's soul. Chu Feng's face changed drastically, and she shouted, "Fish Dragon King, are you courting death? If you don't run now, no one will be able to escape." Han Fei grinned. "Who can stop me, Fish Dragon King? This woman should be the strongest person in your blood sea divine wood city, right? I'm definitely going to kill her." Qilu, seeing that Fire was frozen and couldn't recover, Chu Feng knew that she must be injured. In order to save her companions, Chu Feng took out a very special weapon, which looked like a mass of blood. Chu Feng shouted, "Since you want to die, you'll never come out. Fire, it's up to you." In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Name bloody visceral thunder. Introduction. A corrosive thunder made of the blood sea divine, wood and lightning. It contains strange poison. Once ordinary people touch it, their meridians, flesh, energy, and soul will be corroded, and they will eventually become a pool of dirty blood. Quality, high-quality divine weapon, soul attachment, none, effect corruption. Corrosion, recastable, unrefined. Remark, the range of the explosion is 8,000 meters. Fire, who had just come back to himself, screamed, "Chu Feng, do you want me to die?" The moment Chu Feng threw out the bloody visceral thunder, she thought to herself, "It's not a loss to trade you for the fish dragon king." BM, at the moment when the bloody visceral thunder burst out, Chu Feng stepped into the exit, and Han Fei and Fire were faced with the bloody visceral thunder in front and the tide of insects behind. In Chu Feng's view, there was no hope of survival at all. At the moment Chu Feng went out, the space in front of Han Fei was twisted, and he had already appeared in the swarm of insects 8,000 meters away. And Fire still had a body of flames. However, at the moment when the bloody visceral thunder burst out, a lot of black threads appeared in the flames. As soon as the swarm of insects rushed over, many undead creatures began to melt rapidly after entering the bloody visceral thunder, turning into a mass of dirty water. There were also some insects and birds who didn't have time to go out and were rushing to the exit. Seeing the scene, they shouted, "Go around and get out of this area." When the insect race and the sky race left as well, the crazed insect swarm suddenly came to a halt. Han Fei was standing leisurely on the back of a beetle. The water deity's voice echoed casually, "What's your purpose in creating a hostile relationship between yourself and those blood demons?" Han Fei said with a bitter smile, "I can't fight the Shuemu heaven, so I can only fight the blood demons." The water deity said, "As long as you know what you're doing. Remember, you must find a way to find my real body as soon as possible. You only have 100 years. Han Fei's lips twitched. "Master, I'm only in my early 20s. The water deity spat. "Pretentious. You've already lived for 50 years in the Age of Doom. Go." The outside world was already a mess. Under normal circumstances, nobody would come out until the end of the 3rd day of the opening of the 1,000-mountain ancient realm. But all of a sudden, a large group of people rushed out of the entrance with a swoosh. Immediately, the experts of the Shuemu heaven, the Bai Bei royal city, and the Blood Sea divine were all surprised. "What's going on? Why are all the people of the Shuemu heaven out?" Someone said in surprise, "What's going on? It's been less than a day and it's already over?" A human explorer exclaimed, "Hiss! What happened in there?" A sea demon venerable glanced around. 628, so many died in one day? The sea demons and the blood demon experts were all surprised. The probability of death was as high as 40%, and it had only been less than a day. If they stayed here for 3 days, wouldn't they all be killed? Wu Shang Shui stepped out of the void, glanced around and said, "Be quiet. Young man, what's going on?" Young man said solemnly, "Greetings, Venerable Snow. The Fish Dragon King of the Bai Bei royal city has gone mad." The Fish Dragon King had gone mad? Immediately, Prime Minister Turtle Gui Sanqing, who had been following the Fish Dragon, changed his expression, but he didn't say anything. After all, they were from the Shuemu heaven. They wouldn't answer even if he asked. But then, after only a few seconds, a group of sea demons rushed out. However, there were only a little more than 500 of them. Immediately, someone shouted, "What's going on? Where are they?" First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1248. It was obvious that something was wrong. The venerables of the Bai Bei royal city were greatly shocked. Almost 2,000 people went in, and only 500 came out? More importantly, it was only one day. Are you kidding me? Gui Sanqing glanced around and immediately pointed at Yukaling and Lan Shui. Saying, "Why did you two come out first? Where is young Master Dragon King?" Lan Schwetter's body was slightly stiffened, but Yukaling said calmly, Master Dragon King is on a killing spree inside. Yukaling was right. Han Fei was indeed on a killing spree inside. Gue Sanqing's face turned cold. Young Master Dragon King is still inside. Why did you two come out first? Yukaling said, Master, we came out because we couldn't do anything even if we were inside. A super large tide of immortal insects broke out in the 1,000-mountain ancient realm. We couldn't resist such a terrifying natural disaster at all. A tide of immortal insects? Instantly, everybody looked at Yukaling. A venerable asked, Tell me, where did the tide of immortal insects come from on the first day? Yukaling bowed apologetically. Master, I really don't know. We were ambushed by blood demons the moment we entered the 1,000-mountain ancient realm. Almost all the attendants of Master Dragon King died in the battle, and we were separated from Master Dragon King. The two of us were separated from the Dragon King because of this. This should be the reason why the Dragon King is fighting the blood demon. Yes, Yukaling and Lan Schwerer didn't know about the 9 sounds of the Great Path. Only the Blood Sea Divine Wood City was good at killing people with music. Only their incantations were a field that everyone was completely unfamiliar with. Immediately, Gue Sanqing and the venerables of the Baibei Royal City all looked at the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. One of the twin sisters of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City roared, It's normal for them to ambush each other. Who knew that the 10th expert on the heavenly talent ranking of the Baibei Royal City would be so vulnerable? Humph, it was a fair battle. Every time, it would usually be the White Shell Royal Cities, sighed that one. This time was an exception. Another person roared, Who else is inside? Where's Yu Hong? A clam girl looked awful. Where's Shui Hongyan? Could it be that he's defending against the Fish Dragon King inside? Not waiting for Yukaling and the others to answer, an insect shouted from the Shuimu heavens side, They must be dead. Your sea demons are almost gone. A bug echoed, Yes, they were all eaten by the big red fish. Those big red fish are really fierce. A bird pecked the bug with its beak. What big red fish? It's a blood demon. Swish, swish, swish. On Shuimu Tian's side, Buggy and the big bird had just finished messing around. As soon as the sea demon finished tasting it, she was about to question it when she saw a group of Millennium Snappers rush out of the ancient realm. The blood demons seemed to be very good at transforming, especially in the form of fish when they were running away. The twin venerables from the Blood Sea Sacred Wood City looked at each other, and their expressions changed. One of them said, 591 people. Why are there only so few people left? Chu Feng, is there anyone else? However, Chu Feng's expression was unsightly. Lord Xueran, the others. I'm afraid they have all perished. Hiss! Shui Ran and Shui Qin were stunned for a moment. Did this mean that there were only a few dozen more survivors than the White Shell Royal City? Shui Qin asked, Where's fire? Could it be that he has also fallen? Chu Feng gnashed her teeth and said, Just now, fire stopped the Fish Dragon King of the White Shell Royal City to give everyone a chance to escape. At this moment, as she spoke, Chu Feng looked at the entrance. However, as soon as she said that, she saw swishing sounds. Nearly 100 bugs and dozens of big birds quickly rushed out of the entrance. A big bug shouted, Wow, that's terrifying. What is that bloody mist? Can it even melt the undead creatures? A big bird shouted, Fortunately, I flew a little slower or I would have been hit. The half-mermaid venerables looked awful. What a great Shuimu Tian. The probability of death is only about 20%. A bug buzzed, I'm so angry. A bug muttered, Who asked them to snatch the opportunity? Whoever tries to snatch such a great opportunity will die. Another bug muttered, Fortunately, we met them. BAM. Before the bug finished, Shu Xiaoman kicked its head. Shut up, all of you. It had to be said that the insects were all big mouths. His IQ was even higher than that of the war giants. He almost spilled out Han Fei's secret. Wu Shangshui smiled, looked at the entrance again, and asked, "Are there any survivors inside?" The bug that just rushed out said, "I saw a man with a red spear go into the tide of bugs. He's hopeless." A big bird said, "I saw a man on fire. He seemed to have gone into the tide of bugs too." A sea demon said, "It's the Dragon King." When we came out, the Dragon King was still fighting the blood demon. Chu Feng was secretly relieved to hear that both of them had fallen into the tide of bugs. Suddenly, she glanced at Yang Ruoyun, and her eyes turned cold. There is no such thing as don't wash your dirty linen in public. Chu Feng said bluntly, "Lord Xueran, Lord Shuiqin, Yang Ruoyun conspired with the White Shell Royal City's Fish Dragon King to kill our Blood Sea Divine with city's experts. By the time I found out, there were probably no less than 100 of our clansmen who died in their hands." Huh. The Flower Sisters' faces immediately turned cold, and they immediately stared at Yang Ruoyun unkindly. How could they tolerate this? In the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, they could fight however they wanted. However, how could they tolerate this kind of behavior in the outside world? Yang Ruoyun seemed to have known that she would be exposed. At this moment, she was extremely calm and her brain was working fast. She said, "Venerables, Chu Feng only saw one side of the matter and didn't see the other side. When this matter is over, Ruoyun will definitely give a reasonable answer. It's just that it's not convenient to talk about this matter now." Chu Feng's eyes immediately turned cold. She had seen it with her own eyes, and more than one person had seen it. "Do you have any reason to refute this?" She saw clearly that Yang Ruoyun was vicious and ruthless to her clansmen. No matter how Yang Ruoyun explained, she wanted this person to die. Xueran snorted, and Yang Ruoyun suddenly knelt on the sea and vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. Xueran said ruthlessly, "No matter what the reason is, you must be severely punished for killing your clansmen. Let's see how you explain yourself in the future." The venerables from the Baibei Royal City, however, were a little surprised. The Fish Dragon King had always thought highly of itself. Why would it cooperate with the Blood Demon? On the Shuemu Heaven's side, Wu Shangshui couldn't help but think, is it the Fish Dragon King? Or is it Han Fei? She had already found out from Jing, or that it was impossible for the Fish Dragon King to survive as long as Han Fei was there. So, the person in the 1,000 Mountain Ancient Realm right now was actually Han Fei, right? Wu Shangshui said to Jing, who was hiding in the void and eating hot pot, stop eating. What a scandal. Jing, really came out after being called many times. When she came out, there was still a bit of grease on the corner of her mouth. Jing glanced around. "I didn't expect that this trip to the 1,000-year ancient realm would end so soon. Young man, did you get anything from this trip?" Young man bowed slightly. "Emissary Jing, this trip was quite hasty. Except for the unusual movements in the mountains and the outbreak of the immortal insects, we didn't really get many treasures." Jing said carelessly, "Oh, is that so? Then, was it the unusual movements in the mountains that swallowed those sea demons, or the insect tide that ate them?" Young man nodded. "Both. However, when the mountain moved, there was a terrifying mist. No one who entered could come out. It was precisely because of this that so many people had fallen in a single day. Some people from our Shuemu heaven also disappeared in the mist. The people from the Baibei Royal City and the Blood Sea Divine Wood City were stunned. The people who came out just now didn't say anything about the unusual movements in the mountains or the man-eating mist," Jingna said lazily. "Look, the reason why so many people from your 2 sides died has been revealed. You must be too greedy and don't have the safety awareness of our Shuemu heaven. Let's go." Venerable Shueqin said coldly, "It's not 3 days yet. Since you said that some people were lost in it, there might be a way to get out." Swish! Just as Shueqin finished speaking, a figure flashed by the entrance. Everyone turned to look at Zhang Xian. The first thing they saw was a ball of flames. The newcomer was bathed in flames. When they took a closer look, they found that the fish dragon king of the Bai royal city was covered in blood. He was holding a spear in his left hand and holding the neck of fire, the heavenly talent of the blood sea divine with city in the air. At that moment, the whole audience was silent. This final scene seemed to have a hint of blood and desolation. Lan Shuer turned her head away. This B** starred is powerful, but he's too disgusting. Young man's eyes flickered. If he remembered correctly, the heavenly talents of the sea demons and the blood sea divine with city had all been defeated by Han Fei. She couldn't help but think, Yinyang Heaven? What kind of place is the Yinyang Heaven? Could it be that that place was watered by blood and the flames of war? Kacha! Han Fei threw fire to the sea demon camp, only to see him say fiercely, I thought the so-called heavenly talents of the blood sea divine with city were powerful. I didn't expect that they were no match for me. After that, Han Fei tilted his head, glanced at the blood demon, and said fiercely, How dare you ambush me? This is the price. After that, Han Fei looked at the venerables on his side, and then at the followers of Yu Hong and Shui Hongyan. Han Fei grinned. No need to wait. Shui Hongyan has been killed by me. He has already been fed to the worms. I haven't met that B** starred Yu Hong. However, since he hasn't come out, I'm afraid he won't be able to come out. Yu Kaling looked complicated. For some reason, she felt that although this fish dragon king was still arrogant, he seemed to be more domineering than the previous fish dragon king. It was overbearing in the truest sense of the word. It was not just overbearing that came out from his mouth. However, Yu Kaling didn't doubt it. After all, she didn't know much about the fish dragon king. Gue Sanqing, who seemed to be the guardian of the fish dragon king, was looking at Han Fei with a smile. Han Fei then raised his chin proudly at him and said in his heart, Old turtle, has this little turtle been killed by you? Second update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1249. Han Fei left Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm as the Fish Dragon King, strong and domineering. One raised his eyebrow, while the other tilted his head. The height of his chin was extremely consistent with the arrogant look of the Ichthyosaur King in the past. However, no matter how well he imitated her, he wasn't the real one, especially those who were very familiar with the Ichthyosaur King, such as Gue Sanqing, who was half a venerable. He needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. In his mind, the old tortoise's voice spoke. I'm currently devouring you in Tao's soul vessel. It will take around for more hours. Han Fei was speechless. It only takes a short while for them to possess someone's body. You, a dignified emperor, have been seizing the body for more than a day, and you still haven't finished? Roar, the old turtle said angrily. What do you know? Was this a normal possession? This was a possession without anyone noticing. I've only given out a little bit of my will, so the difficulty is many times higher than normal possession. Moreover, this king still needs to absorb this person's soul and control his body, combat skills, law enforcement abilities, and various great Daos. Do you think that it's over just by snatching a body? The old tortoise's words made sense, although the old turtle was only temporarily using Yu Wendao's body. But he still had to learn it. Otherwise, if he were to be exposed, he would be finished. Young Master Dragon King, both of you are elites of Royal City. Isn't it a little too much for you to say that young Master Red Flame died in your hands? A clam girl stood out. She was already middle-aged, and her face was ashen. Han Fei smiled disdainfully. What do you want? Are you going to denounce me? Han Fei arrogantly glanced at the clam girl from the corner of his eyes. Then he walked towards Hua-Er step by step and even kicked him. Although this person's strength is not weak, he is still not the person who ambushed me. I knew that there must be a top heavenly talent hiding among the blood demons. If you have the ability, then don't ever show it off. Otherwise, I will find you sooner or later. As he spoke, he glanced at Chu Feng and the other blood demons. When he glanced at Yang Ruoyun, he purposely paused for 2 more seconds before looking at the others. Yang Ruoyun really wanted to twist Han Fei's head off at this moment. Although Han Fei's eyes only stayed on his body for 2 more seconds, he was still shocked. Just one more glance, and he didn't know how much he would have to explain. Besides, Yang Ruoyun wanted to make a fuss about Han Fei killing his clansmen. However, Han Fei was too straightforward. He straightforwardly stated that he had killed another heavenly talent of the Bai Bei royal city. Moreover, he acted as if it was only natural. He didn't even bat an eyelid when he killed a top prodigy from the White Shell Kingdom. So what if he killed a few ordinary half-mermen? Of course, Han Fei mentioned the top heavenly talent who ambushed him several times, which made Yang Ruoyun's heart skip a beat. If the Ichthyosaur King could kill Little Flame, wouldn't the blood demon that ambushed her be even stronger? More importantly, was there really such a person? Was it possible for a single person to ambush a group of people like Han Fei? Also, the Ichthyosaur King seemed to be targeting the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Yes, from the very beginning, the Ichthyosaur King had been very targeted. What if there was no such person? If everything was fabricated by the Ichthyosaur King, then what was his motive? At this moment, Yang Ruoyun was shocked. This Ichthyosaur King was far more cunning than he showed. Fake, it must be fake. If there really was such a strong master on her side, there was no reason for him to hide. She had to become such a top heavenly talent in order to survive today's disaster. However, the Ichthyosaur King was really strong, and she was still far from it. Chu Feng and the others looked at Han Fei in a different way again. Although they were very angry at Han Fei's contemptuous eyes, they really couldn't beat him. In their eyes, this Ichthyosaur King was really strong. Therefore, they couldn't blame him for being so conceited and arrogant. However, Gui Sanqing frowned slightly and said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "Young master." Han Fei understood what Gui Sanqing meant. Gui Sanqing was reminding him not to be too arrogant. Han Fei snorted and walked back to his camp step by step. Because Han Fei didn't know the closed distance technique, he could only walk. Of course, when he walked, Han Fei's eyes fell on Lan Shuer and Yu Keiling, and he snorted softly. Just when everyone's eyes fell on Han Fei, Jing was secretly sweating in her heart. Isn't his acting too good? Just looking at his arrogant and conceited posture, I want to go up and kick him. On the other side, Shui Ran and Venerable Xueqin of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, after hearing Han Fei's words, both glanced at the heavenly talents in front of them. Could it be that among these people, there was a top heavenly talent that even they hadn't discovered? It was also at this moment that the kneeling Yang Ruoyun seemed to be concealing her aura. This made them a little confused. With your little strength, why are you concealing yourself? Xueqin giggled. The Ichthyosaur King of the Bai Bei royal city is not bad. I'll remember this name. When Xueqin talked about him, Han Fei tilted his head and glanced at her, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curling up. Even in the face of a venerable, he still had a trace of arrogance. His expression was very annoying, as if saying, "So what if you remember me?" When he returned to Gui Sanqing's side, Han Fei preemptively said to him via voice transmission, "Let's talk about it later." While talking, Han Fei secretly activated the supreme token in Forge the Universe. Seeing that Jing subconsciously glanced at him, he quickly looked back at her. Of course, Gui Sanqing didn't think that the Fish Dragon King could communicate with the venerables of other families under his nose. Although he had a lot of doubts, young Master Dragon King said that he would talk about it later. Obviously, he couldn't say anything at this moment. That was why he had to wait. However, Han Fei said in his heart, "Old Turtle, I've bought you some time." The old turtle said, "You and Dao can't show up anymore. You have to trick this turtle out alone and avoid the venerable's eyes." Han Fei wanted to vomit blood, thinking, how the F*CK can I avoid the venerable's eyes? After reaching the venerable realm, Han Fei once suspected that he could perceive things as far as 10,000 kilometers or even farther, although no one had ever said so. However, judging from their looks as if they knew everything and could see everything, it was hard to believe that their perception couldn't be as far as 10,000 kilometers. Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Come on, tell me, how can I avoid the Venerable? As long as he pays attention to me, how can I disappear from his sight?" The old turtle sneered. "Do you think that the Venerable's perception range is very wide? That he can even clearly know everything within tens of thousands of kilometers?" Han Fei asked rhetorically, "Isn't it?" The old turtle sneered. "No one can control everything, not even a king. Do you think he has nothing to do and will go to see what you do every day?" Han Fei muttered, "It's because I'm too dazzling now." The old turtle despised him. "No matter how dazzling you are just a peak-level sea spirit. Let me tell you, the perception of a venerable can indeed be very far. But that's perception, not coverage. It's the same as your perception now. You just need to reduce your sense of existence. No one will stare at you for no reason. After all, you have a half-venerable guarding you." Han Fei thought to himself, "That's right. As long as I'm not omniscient, it's fine." Han Fei couldn't help but think, "My junior sister, the Life Queen, is very powerful. She found that I had mixed in with the sea demons without even looking. However, I wonder if the Life Queen knows that I am her senior brother? If she knows that my senior brother is only a junior explorer, will she slap me to death or throw a lot of awesome resources at me?" Jing was the first to become impatient. "Law enforcers, go back. There's nothing for you to do here." The experts of the two royal cities naturally refused to leave. After all, their losses this time were too great. 70% of the heavenly talents died in a mere 1,000-mountain ancient realm, which was twice the number before. They couldn't believe that so many heavenly talents were swallowed by a cloud of mist. A half-mermaid venerable looked at Han Fei. "Dragon King, have you ever encountered the mountain mist that can swallow people?" Han Fei shook his head. "No. I've been fighting a blood demon whose identity I don't know. From the beginning to the end, I didn't even go to a mountain." The venerable one grunted and said impatiently, "Sea spirit realm, cultivators, go back." On the blood sea divine with city's side, Xueran said casually, "Take Yang Ruoyan back for interrogation." Han Fei glanced at Gui Sanqing. "Let's go." 800 seconds after leaving the entrance of the 1,000-mountain ancient realm, Han Fei changed directions and separated from the team. Gui Sanqing asked, "Young master, are we not going back to the Ice God Gorge?" Han Fei said solemnly, "No. Let's go first. I'll tell you later." Seeing Han Fei's weird expression, Gui Sanqing didn't ask further. He guessed that something must have happened to Han Fei. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left the team so eagerly. Half an hour later, Gui Sanqing said again, "Young master, I don't think anyone will notice us now." Han Fei secretly pinched his fingers and didn't find anything wrong. He then said solemnly, "I feel that my Dragon King bloodline is about to be awakened. I need to find a safe place to cultivate in seclusion." "Huh." Gui Sanqing was puzzled. "Young master, hasn't the Dragon King bloodline been awakened a long time ago?" Han Fei thought of something. "No, I'm talking about the second awakening. Although I was ambushed, I felt that the bloodline in my body was restless. There seemed to be something wrong." Gui Sanqing was refreshed. "No wonder I felt that young Master Dragon King was a bit weird. Was the Dragon King bloodline going to be awakened for the second time? Although he had never heard of such a thing as a bloodline, could there be a second awakening? However, in the world of heavenly talents, who could understand it? Just because he hadn't seen it didn't mean it didn't exist. Who dared to neglect it? Immediately, Gui Sanqing said solemnly, "Young master, then shouldn't we go back to the Ice God Gorge to awaken?" Han Fei shook his head. No, this is my trump card. I can't let others know it. Sanqing, although I'm conceited, I'm not stupid. What if I awaken the strongest bloodline? How many of those guys can tolerate me? Sanqing, you're the only one I can trust now. Gue Sanqing took a deep breath and said with a red face, Young master, Sanqing is willing to sacrifice my life for young master. Chapter 1250. Han Fei could still fool Gue Sanqing temporarily. As long as the old, turtle-controlled Yuan Dao to arrive, it would be fine. After he was at least 200,000 kilometers away from the thousand-mountain ancient realm, Han Fei found a trench at the bottom of the sea and crawled into it. 2 hours later, in Han Fei's heart, the old turtle's voice rang out, I'm coming. I need your soul-shocking roar to cooperate with me. Leave the rest to this empress. Han Fei was pretending to practice the demon god scripture, making the demonic energy vortexes around him constantly. Han Fei hurriedly said, Hurry up, I can't pretend anymore. In this world, the simplest attack was a sneak attack. Only the kind of unexpected sneak attack was the most difficult to avoid. Although Han Fei should be able to stop Gue Sanqing if he attacked directly, however, that would definitely make Gue Sanqing somewhat wary. Han Fei activated the Beast King art. Although Han Fei was definitely not familiar with real dragons, it was not a big problem for him to transform. Unfortunately, when he was in the 100,000 mountains, there was a creature that looked like a dragon called the Titan Python. Unfortunately, that guy was too lazy. There were too many creatures in the 100,000 mountains, so Han Fei didn't learn from it. But no matter what, Han Fei's body suddenly began to change. Gue Sanqing had been guarding him. Suddenly seeing Han Fei's body grow longer and a large number of scales appear on his body, he was a little surprised. Is this the second awakening? However, Han Fei's body quickly changed, and in the blink of an eye, a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared in front of Gue Sanqing. Wow! Gue Sanqing was dumbfounded. Is this the real power of my young master's bloodline? This is the legendary dragon clan. Suddenly there was an earth-shaking dragon roar, like the roar of 100 beasts. The soul-suppressing roar of 100 beasts directly exploded in the ears of the defenseless Gue Sanqing, making his head buzz. But at this moment, Han Fei launched the sacrificing punch with all his strength. Han Fei didn't care whether he would break this turtle or not. If a semi-venerable could be broken by his punch, it wouldn't be a semi-venerable at all. Besides, this was a turtle. A tortoise carries a shell on its back every day. Even a fool would know that its defense is very strong. Buzz! A huge wave of fist shadows enveloped the tortoise. Following this, the rift was torn apart and Yuan Dao appeared. At that moment, Yu Dao, who had been possessed by the old tortoise, pressed his hand on the tortoise's shell. At that moment, an incomparably huge black tortoise shell came down and pinned Gue Sanqing to the ground. Seeing the scene, Han Fei exclaimed, Oh, old turtle, you're really something. Summoning a turtle shell out of thin air and suppressing a half-venerable, the old tortoise snapped, What are you doing? I have my own methods. This wasn't a tortoise shell. This was the tortoise shell heaven sealing technique. Once I use this technique, I can silently and directly take down this person. No one will be able to see this. With my Taoist aura, even a monarch wouldn't be able to see what's happening here. Han Fei curled his lips and said just say that you still have hidden strength. Roar! Bang! At this moment, Gue Sanqing realized that he had been tricked. What the F***CK is the second bloodline awakening. This is not the young master of the Dragon King at all. The question is, when was the young master of the Dragon King replaced? When did Yuan Dao go wrong? This doesn't make sense. Gue Sanqing was struggling at this moment, looking at the fish Dragon King, who had turned back into a human form and was talking and laughing, only to tremble all over. Even though he was bleeding from all his orifices and felt that his soul was being torn apart, he couldn't help but roar, "Who the hell are you?" Han Fei raised his chin. "Me. I am the Fish Dragon King." In the face of such a half-venerable creature, Han Fei certainly couldn't reveal his true identity. Even now, he seemed to be in an absolutely safe state. The old tortoise cackled. "You are too curious. Why do you talk so much nonsense when you are about to die? It's the glory of your life for me to use your body." Gue Sanqing growled and tried to self-destruct. However, the old tortoise pressed his tortoise shell with one hand and his head with the other. Han Fei only saw that the blue soul fire was abruptly pulled out by a black mist. Of course, Han Fei knew that it was the soul, but he was surprised that the old tortoise was already so strong. The soul of a half-venerable was pulled out so easily. In Han Fei's heart, the old tortoise said, "It's not that I can easily crush a half-venerable now, but because it and I are both tortoises. If I hadn't lost my Tao, I could have made him kneel on the ground with just a thought, unable to move." Han Fei snorted. "Stop bragging. You're bragging so much. Anyway, in the end, it's so troublesome to kill a half-venerable, and I have to cooperate with you." About 10 minutes later, in Gue Sanqing's soul, the screams gradually disappeared, and the soul turned into spots of blue light and was directly swallowed by the old tortoise. The surface of Yu Wendao's body seemed to become illusory, and a large amount of black gas was also sucked into Gue Sanqing's body. If it weren't for the fact that Han Fei was very familiar with the old tortoise, he would definitely think this was an evil technique when he saw such a weird scene. However, it did seem to be an evil technique. After another 10 minutes, Yu Wendao's body suddenly softened and he lay on the ground. Gue Sanqing suddenly opened his eyes, and his pupils were pitch black, but soon returned to normal. Gue Sanqing roared at the sky and grinned. "I finally regained my freedom. I'm out." Han Fei looked at the old tortoise as if looking at a fool and curled his lips. Hey, don't howl. You don't even have a Tao now. You're only a half-venerable now. Even I can't kill you. What can you do after coming out?" Han Fei didn't lie. He and the old tortoise couldn't absolutely trust each other yet. However, Han Fei knew very well that when he exerted his full strength, although he couldn't beat a half-venerable, he might be able to run away. Besides, in terms of physique alone, Han Fei was confident that even a half-venerable might not be able to match him. With this, why should he be afraid? The old tortoise's face immediately turned cold. "Even if I don't have a Tao, I can still cultivate again. In only 10 years, I can improve the bloodline of this little turtle by a level, and its strength will be several times stronger." Han Fei murmured, 10 years? Maybe I'll become a king. You're still a half-venerable. You're really weak." The old tortoise bared his teeth and said fiercely, "What do you know? I'm just laying the foundation and setting up a Tao. If it weren't for the fact that this little turtle's bloodline is too poor, I would have become a venerable in 10 days and a half-venerable in 100 days. Believe it or not." Han Fei curled his lips. "Go away. Stop bragging. Don't be so cocky just because you have one more body. If you encounter a venerable, you'll be killed with a slap. By the way, what about this Yu Wendao?" The old tortoise seemed to find it difficult to talk to Han Fei. He was happy to be reborn and didn't want to quarrel with Han Fei. At this moment, the old tortoise glanced at Yu Wendao and said contemptuously, "This is a piece of trash. His Tao has reached a certain level. He was originally an underwater human, and his body was almost the same as that of a human, but he had the talents of a sea demon. However, his body was destroyed by himself. Now, his soul has been shattered by me. Although he didn't die, he can't survive more than 3 days." Han Fei took a breath. "What about his resources?" The old tortoise couldn't help but raise a sun-moon shell and said, "They're all spiritual springs, spiritual fruits, demonic stones, mineral veins, and various deductions. I'll give them to you if you want. However, can you cast a heavenly awakening divine technique on my new body? Impossible. Han Fei said contemptuously. My lifespan and vitality have just been replenished. Do you want them? Who are you? The old tortoise was speechless. This little turtle has internal injuries, and its spiritual heritage is not high, only level 6. In terms of internal injuries, it's about the same as a level 5 demonic heritage. How about this? I teach you the great puppet technique, and you cast a heavenly awakening divine technique on me. You only need 100 years of vitality. Han Fei shook his head. That won't do. Find a Tao-seeking state demon and swallow it yourself. The old tortoise said angrily, even if I swallow it myself, it won't have the effect of the heavenly awakening divine technique. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Then give me the resources first. Then you can catch a Tao-seeking state demon yourself. I'll give you as many years as I swallow it. The old tortoise was dumbfounded. You didn't even blink when you spent 2,000 years in the ancient realm. You still don't want to spend 100 years with me? Han Fei sneered. That's my teacher. Who are you? If it weren't for the restriction of the contract, maybe we would still be enemies. The old tortoise said with a black face. I am an emperor. Han Fei interrupted him. What opportunities can you give me? My teacher even wants to give me his original body world. What can you give me? The old tortoise roared. My Tao has been taken by you to make meridians. Han Fei snorted. That was taken by the gourd, not by me. That's a different matter. If you have the ability, ask the gourd for it. The old tortoise rolled his eyes and said, Do you know that after I teach you the great puppet technique, you can refine this Yuan Dao into a puppet? Can't a semi-venerable puppet compare to your 100 years of vitality? The point is, you can also suck it back from others. Han Fei also thought quickly. Is it really that awesome? Han Fei changed the topic. Okay, that's fine. However, the stronger you are, the more dangerous I am. I can't keep a threat around, so I have to pay more. The old tortoise seemed to see through Han Fei's idea. This guy actually doesn't care about the so-called 100 years of vitality at all. He's just raising the price. The old tortoise said tiredly, Tell me, 2 semi-venerable resources and 1 great puppet technique. What else do you want? Han Fei knew very well that in the eyes of different people, the value was often different. For example, if the old tortoise really disliked Gue Sanqing's body, would he possess it? Even if he did, he would at most use it temporarily and wouldn't spend much time on Gue Sanqing, for example, this Yuan Dao. At best, it was equivalent to an adapter. Then he was already a semi-venerable. Why did the old tortoise look down on him? Han Fei thought about it and immediately grinned. Simple. Teach me the most powerful technique. The old tortoise rolled his eyes and said, I knew it wouldn't be a good thing. However, you have already mastered the apocalyptic divine technique. Haven't you found the problem? Han Fei wondered, What problem? The old tortoise said, In the end, combat skills are attached to the Tao. Therefore, there is no so-called strongest combat skill at all. I have never seen the so-called strongest Tao. When you become a Taoist, this combat skill will definitely become your strongest combat skill. Han Fei thought, Is that so? Forget it. However, he had made the conditions, and the old tortoise had agreed. How could he not ask for anything? Chapter 1251. Faced with Han Fei's bargaining, the old turtle said, Okay, you just want resources. You can have the sun-moon shells of Yuan Dao and Gue Sanqing. To be honest, I don't like them either. However, you should need more than me. Han Fei couldn't help asking, What do you have? The old turtle said, I have 2 million caddies of spiritual spring. There are a lot of other things. You can deal with them yourself. Han Fei's eyes lit up. 2 million caddies of spiritual spring. That's 2 billion points of spiritual energy, right? Damn it, is money coming in so fast these days? Once upon a time, he was worried about a few points of spiritual energy, but now he was talking about hundreds of millions. Sure enough, he had to find powerful people to fight. These people all had a lot of resources. The old turtle sneered. When you become a venerable, you will find that spiritual energy is everywhere in the world. But then you will know why you can't wake up a king even if you throw billions of points of spiritual energy. After all, spiritual energy is something for mortals. Once you become a king, it will be a leap in life level. You won't understand. Han Fei chuckled. I will understand. Han Fei's heart did a flip. It must be the chaotic qi. The immeasurable fruit was said to contain a trace of chaotic qi. However, during the tribulation, this energy fruit should have been unconsciously absorbed by him, and he didn't see any chaotic qi coming out. Forget it, I'll ask for it later. Anyway, the Life Queen is my junior sister. Isn't it natural for a senior brother to ask for something from his junior sister? Of course, Han Fei was too weak now, so he didn't want to embarrass himself. Anyway, the demon purification pot was still eating spiritual energy, but the amount it ate was getting bigger and bigger. In the future, what kind of high-level energy to feed the demon purification pot was a matter for the future. Now, as long as it could be fed with spiritual energy, it would be fine. Han Fei said, Okay, I can also cast the Heavenly Awakening Divine Technique on you. But shouldn't we find a safe and secluded place to hide? Otherwise, as soon as the Heavenly Awakening Divine Technique is cast, a beam of light will fall from the sky, and we will be exposed, won't we? The old turtle said, No need to be so troublesome. Why do you think I spent so much effort to create this turtle shell sky sealing technique? There was a price to pay. It was forcefully executed with a small portion of you, Wendao's life force. I will only seal this place for 3 days and 3 nights, so that the outside world will not notice. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. That's awesome. Can I learn it? The old turtle sneered. The turtle race's secret arts require a person's constitution. First of all, you need a shell. If you go find a turtle to possess, this emperor doesn't mind teaching you. Forget it then. Han Fei still took the 2 sun moon shells. It couldn't be helped. His current level wasn't high enough, and he didn't need to be that high. A small favor of 2 billion yuan was enough to move him. He also needed to save up some resources, although the water deity had said that as long as he could find her within 100 years, it would be fine. However, he couldn't even see the future of the Shuemu sky in the next 3 years. Who knew what would happen in 100 years? So, where was the real body of the water immortal? This was something that needed to be solved urgently, unless they really couldn't find it. However, even if he found it, he would still need a huge amount of resources to replenish the spiritual energy and life force of the water immortal for tens of thousands of years. The Heavenly Awakening Divine art descended again, and Han Fei found that there was no more beam of light to the sky. The beam of light was only 100 meters high, as if shot out from the void, and directly shone on the old turtle. In his heart, the old turtle said, This is not light, this is the aura of the Tao. So, where it appears can be controlled. As for the techniques, that's the difference between those who have entered the Tao and those who haven't. If you've entered the Tao, how to use the Heavenly Awakening Divine art depends on your mood. Han Fei watched Gui Sanqing's body slowly grow a little taller. There were some strange lines printed on the tortoiseshell. However, they soon disappeared. Han Fei felt that his vitality was almost the same as 100 years, so he immediately stopped the Heavenly Awakening Divine art. The old turtle muttered, Actually, it doesn't matter if you give me a little more. Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities to hunt Tao-seeking state powerhouses in the future. Your vitality will eventually be made up. Han Fei nodded. Then let's talk about it when it's made up. How much did the Heavenly Awakening Divine art heal? Han Fei didn't know, but he thought, Anyway, 100 years of vitality shouldn't be a lot. After all, when he wanted to wake up the water fairy, it took him nearly 2,000 years of vitality. Even then, he had to rely on the spring of life and more than 1 billion spiritual energy to wake up the water fairy. Gue Sanqing said, "Sure enough, the heavenly awakening divine are directly, completely recovered 80% of the foundation damage left by this little turtle. I think if you are confident that you can always be invincible, in fact, you shouldn't be weak on the heavenly awakening path. At least, this path has been confirmed. The road to becoming a king has already been stronger than 99% of the people in this world." Han Fei curled his lips. "Humph! Don't talk nonsense. Give me the great puppet technique." The old turtle took out a jade slip casually, pinched it with one hand, and quickly injected spiritual energy into it. After only 1 second, a technique jade slip was formed and was thrown to Han Fei. The old turtle said the great puppet technique has extremely high requirements for refining. Why do you have to be at least a venerable to practice this great puppet technique? One of the reasons is the limitation of refining. Only when you reach the venerable realm can you learn things extremely fast. When you reach the pioneer sea realm, it will be even faster. Of course, your refining skills are not bad. You should be able to use it. Han Fei took the great puppet technique and didn't care. He was thinking about a question. What are there so many puppets in the Immortal Palace for? Whether it is the Yin-Yang Palace or the Waterwood Immortal Palace, there are many puppets. And under the steps into the sea, what's the difference between refining puppets and raising puppets? Han Fei scanned with his perception and information popped up in his mind. Great puppet technique, venerable level, low quality. Introduction. The method of refining puppets uses the power of heaven to destroy the soul of a living being before it completely dies and scatter it into the flesh and blood of the body. With the method of refining, the law is the source, and a wisp of one's own soul is integrated to reforge a spiritless body. After the puppet is refined, a wisp of the soul will become an ownerless soul and will have a telepathic connection after the refining. Deduced art, dragon raising technique deduction cost. 1 billion note, it needs to be refined when the body has not decayed and the soul has not completely dissipated. Han Fei had never seen such a technique before, and it was a venerable level, low-quality one. It could be seen that puppets were actually rarer than he thought. Although the void lines could control living beings and turn them into their puppets, the void lines could not be used to control living beings. However, that required the void lines to control them all the time, and this great puppet technique didn't seem to need him to control it at all. It only needed a wisp of his soul. Why would Han Fei care about this? It was just a wisp of his soul. As long as he killed a few enemies, he could make up for the lost soul. Looking at the 1 billion points of spiritual energy and the dragon-raising technique, Han Fei couldn't help but be curious. The steps into the sea should be the puppet-raising technique, right? Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Old Yuan, I know this puppet technique, but I've seen a technique to suppress corpses. Is that also refining corpses?" The old turtle was feeling his new body. Hearing Han Fei's question, he said, "You're talking about the puppet-raising technique, which is much more advanced than the great puppet technique. With the great puppet technique, you can only refine puppets without consciousness. No matter how powerful this puppet is, it can't be more powerful than its original body. However, the puppet-raising technique is different. It completely purifies the soul in the creature's body and makes ownerless souls appear in the creature's mind. In the end, as long as you want, you can develop the puppet in any direction you want. Some people even raise this kind of puppet, possess it, and directly refine it into an external incarnation." "Huh," Han Fei exclaimed. "External incarnation?" The old turtle said, "Of course. When you raise this kind of puppet to a certain extent, it will already have consciousness. Even if their masters wanted to possess them, they would still resist, because at that time it will be equivalent to an independent creature. Seeing that Han Fei was lost in thought, the old turtle couldn't help but chuckle. Some people do this dirty thing because they are not strong enough. They would specifically look for people with outstanding talent, kill them before they could grow up, and slowly nurture their corpses. In the end, I'll be able to replace him, and it'll be enough to raise my level of existence to a whole new level. Han Fei twitched the corner of his mouth. You're really shameless. The old turtle said disdainfully, that's nothing. If it weren't for the fact that the conditions for raising a puppet are very harsh and the chances of raising a powerful puppet are very small, this technique would have long been popular in the world. Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. It sounds awesome, but forget it. Even the old turtle, who always bragged, said it was difficult. It must not be simple. As for the puppet under the steps into the sea, forget it. I'd better wait until I become stronger. Immediately, Han Fei began to observe the great puppet technique. Even if this Yuan Dao was useless to the old turtle, it was at least half a venerable. If it was refined into a puppet, he would really be invincible among the explorers.